Last play was ruled a sack. Jones was in the grass. Carl, were you surprised the Giants went for it on 4th and 8 at the Philadelphia 40 as opposed to trying to punt the ball down to the 10 or inside the 10 and play defense?
Well, Bob, they had some rhythm offensively. Even on the 3rd and 3 that resulted in a sack because Daniel Jones tripped over Andrew Thomas. They must have felt that they could get something on this Philadelphia secondary, and to Philadelphia's credit, they ran a twist. Feliciano was late picking it up. He got pushed right into Daniel Jones' lap.
Hassan Reddick with 2 sacks on back-to-back plays. Hurts was 5 for 5 for 68 yards on that opening drive. Pistol set with Sanders the tailback. Hurts in a crouch, takes the snap, handoff to Sanders, picks his way right, gets to midfield, wrapped up at the Giant 48-yard line. That's a gain of 4 on the play. Kayvon Thibodeau on the tackle.
Yeah, Dexter Lawrence was just pulled down. He was right at the point of attack. I'm surprised the officials did not see that or didn't call it if they did see it.
So the Giants rolled the dice, and it didn't work. And now Philadelphia has a 2nd and 6 at the Giant 48. Here in the first quarter, 5 minutes to go, 7-0 Eagles. Hurts in a shotgun set, 2 receivers to his left. In a low crouch, takes the snap, handoff for Sanders, accelerates left to the Giant 45, and then finally chased out of bounds into the Philadelphia bench by Jalen Smith at the 44. So that's a gain of 4 on the play, and that'll set up 3rd and 2.
See if the Philadelphia Eagles, let's see if they consider this 4-down territory if they don't get it here.
They're going with a quarterback sneak look. Hurts, though, pitches it left for Gainwell. He gets the edge. He's got the first down, fighting for extra yards, and finally knocked out of bounds at the Giant 28-yard line. But a gain of 16.
They pulled that one straight from the playbook of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who did that to seal their game last week.
1st and 10 at the Giant 29. Eagles up 7-0. Second possession for the Eagles. Shotgun set. Gainwell to the left of Hurts. Hurts takes the snap. He's looking left the whole way. Throws it underneath. Brown is wide open at the 20. Spins inside the 20. Stood up by 4 Giants and finally knocked down at the 17-yard line. But that's a gain of 12. Giants aren't getting much of a pass rush. Eagles are going up-tempo. 1st and 10 at the Giants 17. Eagles already up 7-0 with 3:28 to go in the first. Hurts calls out signals. 2 receivers stacked left. Hands it off. No, he's going to keep it. One around the left end. Takes a hit at the 10. Takes another one at the 9. And finally dropped at the 8. But Hurts gets 9 on the play. Philadelphia in full rhythm, going no huddle here. 2nd and 2 at the 9. Hurts calls out signals. Gainwell to his left. They stack the receivers right. Hurts calls signals, puts Gainwell to his left. Takes the snap, handoff right for Gainwell, slashes inside the 7, and he's knocked down at the 6. And it'll be 1st and goal for the Eagles.
This is not the type of game that the Giants want to be in. Giving up 2 scores, getting down 2 scores, especially if they're touchdowns.
Yeah, so I was surprised that the Giants didn't punt on 4th and 8 at the Eagles 40. At least make them have to go along the field. Hurts in a shotgun set. Sanders to his right. 2 tight ends to the right. 1st and goal at the 6. Handoff to Sanders. Hit by Ward. Bounces off Ward. And then finally knocked down at the line of scrimmage.
Well, J.R. Ward on the edge is really doing well.
But he didn't finish the tackle. It's still a loss of a yard.
Yeah, he was being held on that. That's why he couldn't wrap him up.
1:42 to go here in the first quarter. They put the ball at the 9-yard line. So it's 2nd and goal at the 9. Eagles up 7-0. Sanders to the left of Hurts. He hasn't thrown an incompletion yet. Hurts rises up, throws it out to the right. Smith has got it. Smith inside the 5. Smith into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles. Two possessions, 2 touchdowns. 13-0 Eagles. Extra point pending.
Giants have this diagnosed. They see it. They break on it. Brown was the key to that going in. He was pushing Adoree Jackson back. And good read by Javonte Smith. He's getting behind his blocker.
Snap, spot, kick on its way, and it is good. Eagles 14. Giants nothing. 1:21 to go in the first. Timeout on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
Giants fans, take your fandom to the next level with a season ticket membership. Memberships are a great way to stay connected to the club all year round, not just on game days. As a member, you will receive exclusive benefits like member-only events, game day experiences, preferred pricing, and discounts on Giants merchandise at the online team shop. New extended payment options are available for members. To learn more about a New York Giants season ticket membership and all of the member benefits, visit Giants.com/tickets. Limited inventory is available.
When the team is on the road, the Giants Bar Network, presented by Modelo, has you covered. Visit NewYorkGiants.com/Bar Network to discover recommended venues near you where you can enjoy Modelo specials all season long and join fellow Giants fans to cheer on the team. Modelo is an official cerveza of fans with the fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. You must be 21 or older.
Premio Sausage presents life's biggest questions.
Mark, you just led your team to victory today. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, what kind of sausage are they grilling out there? I can practically taste it from here.
Let's go back up to the booth.
Well, Diana, by the smell of things, there's no doubt they're cooking Premio Italian sausage. Premio is made with butcher-quality cuts of meat, authentic Italian spices, and nothing else. Just add your own personal touch for a winning recipe. When sausage is the question, Premio is the answer. Premio, the way sausage should be.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers is here to assist you with your vital heat and hot water needs. Learn more and find local installers today at PeerlessBoilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
Giants football is brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar. New and improved. Zero never tasted so good. Brian Dable rolled the dice, went for it on 4th and 8 at the Philadelphia 40. Jones was sacked, and the Eagles go 8 plays, 52 yards. Carl Smith with a 9-yard touchdown catch, but Hurts in this game is 7 for 7 for 89 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's having his way. He hasn't had much pressure. And his receivers, they're scheming the right matchups. And, it's not like the Giants don't have players in position. The better player is winning on those plays.
Giants were behind the Eagles 21-0 in their first meeting, 19-0 in their last meeting, and now 14-0. Kickoff comes down to Brightwell at the 8. Goes inside the numbers. Brightwell to the 25. Brightwell to the 30. Spins ahead to the 32. And gets body slammed there with 1:14 to go in the first. 14-0 Eagles. We check in on the sideline with Howard Cross.
It's very interesting, that the Eagles are kicking the ball off, and they're not trying to kick it into the end zone. I believe they think they can catch the Giants sleeping a little bit and pack them inside the 20. Hadn't worked yet.
Yeah, Brightwell has been a bright spot for this return team thus far.
So the Giants were moving the ball, but 2 Reddick sacks ended that drive. 1st and 10, Giants with the right hash mark. The ball spotted at their own 32. Jones crouches over center, trips as he drops back, catches his feet, has time. Nobody is open. Now rolls to his right, still waiting for someone to uncover. Now fires it for Breida, who makes the catch at the Philadelphia 49 between 2 defenders, and he gets touchdown there. Gain of 19.
And that's a good job, both by the offensive line, but by these receivers too. They're now learning to work themselves open when the quarterback can extend the play.
Jones showed some zip on that throw. 1st and 10 at the Philadelphia 49. Pistol formation. Barkley in motion left. Jones fires it right, and it's intercepted by the Eagles at midfield. Oh, they just baited him, and James Bradbury gets the pick and touchdown at the Giant 49.
Yeah, they tried to run a little flat curl route, and Bradbury decided to sit on the curl instead of chase the flat.
And the Giants are in deep trouble right now with 27 seconds to go here in the first quarter.
And actually, it was a blitz that got the ball out of Daniel Jones' hands early. And it was the hot read. They knew it was a blitz. Jones threw it. Bradbury knew it.
James Bradbury during the regular season, 3 interceptions. Spent the last 2 years with the Giants. And now Philadelphia trying to break this thing open. 1st and 10 at the Giant 46 with 27 seconds to go in the first quarter. Eagles up 14-0. Brown in motion to the right. Pistol set. Scott the tailback. Handoff. Nope. Kurtz is going to keep it. One to his right. Pushed out of bounds by Thibodeau at the 44-yard line. It's a gain of just 2.
That is a play that the Giants have obviously prepped for because he's not had much success.
And Philadelphia let the clock run out here in the first quarter. Eagles 14, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSC&G.
You trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance. All without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Football season is here, and so is Stop & Shop. Stop & Shop has great deals for you and your family on the products and brands you love so that you can enjoy all your game day favorites with all your favorite people. Plus, with Stop & Shop pickup and delivery, you can make your pregame prep even easier by ordering online. Visit stopandshop.com for all your tailgating, home gating, and celebrating needs, and feed the moment with Stop & Shop, official supermarket of the New York Giants.
At Courtyard by Marriott, our passion is to help you follow yours. And this NFL season, we want to help you stay closer to the game all season long. Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel partner of the New York Giants, is giving fans a chance to attend the 2023 NFL Draft. Enter for a chance to win by sharing your unique travel and fandom stories. Learn more at courtyard.com/NFL. No purchase necessary. Submission period is 2/15/23 through 3/15/23. Open to legal residents of the 50 U.S. and D.C. and Canada, excluding Quebec. Age 21 or older. For rules, visit courtyardfancontest.com.
Do you know why the Giants have teamed up with Prime Point? Because complex payrolls require efficient solutions and support. Sure, it's easy to buy basic payroll technology, but are you really getting the support you need? We didn't think so. That's where Prime Point comes in. Time to tackle payroll together. You need a team? You need Prime Point, the official payroll processor of the New York Giants. To add a key player to your payroll team, go to primepoint.com/learn-more.
Bob's is back at it with major style and savings on furniture, mattresses, decor, and more for your home. Shop in store online at mybobs.com. Bob's Discount Furniture, the official furniture store and mattress partner of the New York Giants.
Giants football is presented by Verizon, the official network America relies on, and the official 5G network of the NFL. We start the second quarter. Eagles 14, Giants nothing. Bob Papa, Carl Banks, Howard Frost. And Carl, you know, they say sometimes in baseball it gets late early. The Giant defense cannot allow the Eagles to score another touchdown.
Well, no, they cannot. And the offense can't afford to not keep swinging.
2nd and 8 at the Giant 44 for Philadelphia. Left to right on your radio. Hurts has not thrown an incompletion. Takes a wobbly snap, rolls to his right. He's under pressure, throws it into the Eagles bench, incomplete. Kelsey gave him a bad snap. And now the Eagles will face a 3rd and 8. They've hit on 2 3rd and 2s, and a 3rd and 5 went for the touchdown. And this is arguably one of the biggest plays in the game, and we're only 5 seconds into the second quarter. Brown goes out to the left with Pascal.
They have guys who can run after catch, Bob, so they don't even have to get to the yard marker. The Giants will have to be good tacklers.
Hurts calls out signals. Gainwell is to his left. Giants bring a blitz, and we get a whistle. And are they going to get Moreau? No, false start against Philadelphia. Moreau was, Pinnock was coming on a blitz.
False start. Offense. All the linemen except for the center. The 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
So Kelsey with a wobbly snap and then didn't snap it. When everybody but the center gets called, you got to think the center was the one that messed up. So it's 3rd and 13 at the Giants 49. Eagles 14, Giants nothing. 5 seconds into the second. 2 receivers left, one in the right slot is Brown. Hurts takes the snap, back to throw, under pressure, flushed out to his left. Giants looking to close. Now he throws it to the sideline, out of bounds, incomplete. And the Giants hold Philadelphia there to a punt.
And that's a good job by the defensive front. I think Leonard Williams was the one who broke through first and got Jalen Hurts off of his spot and got him scrambling to his left.
So that forces a punt by Brett Kern. Richie James stands at the Giant 8. Kern averaging 40.8 a punt since being signed when Sipos got hurt against the Giants. Tumbling kick. James a fair catch at the 8. 41-yard punt. 14:40 to go in the second. No, we're going to stay right here. It's still 14:40 to go in the second. Eagles 14 and the Giants nothing. So a good opening drive, but back-to-back sacks by Reddick in plus territory ended that drive. The Giants went for it on 4th and 8 at the Philadelphia 40. And then this last possession the Giants had, Jones got picked off, but the defense bails him out by stopping Philadelphia on a 3-and-out. What do you do here, Carl, if you're Mike Kafka?
It's still early, Bob, and that's a good thing and it could be a bad thing, but you've got to continue to work your plan because there's plenty of time here to get back in this game. You're 2 scores down. You've had some success, but you just can't compound the unsuccessful plays. Just start moving the ball. Even if you're punting, your defense seems to have found its footing.
Jones in a shotgun set. They send Breida in motion to the left. Bellinger in motion to the left. Now comes set. Jones is going to keep it on a quarterback run, gets to the 10, and he's covered up quickly after a gain of just a yard by Brandon Graham.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are prepared for quarterbacks running the football.
Daniel Jones in his career has 238 yards rushing against the Eagles and 2 touchdowns.
He's got something going on with him. Tyrod Taylor just came in the game. Something with his hand, it looks like. Or contact lens or something.
So Jones is on the sideline being attended to. So Tyrod Taylor is in. Play clock's down to 7, and the Giants are going to just call a timeout here. With 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything very serious.
New York takes its first time out of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
I don't know what it was with Jones and
contact lens.
Contact lens.
Yep, he caught it.
So the Giants call a timeout. Yeah, he's got the contact lens in his hand. And now Jones is going to come back in because they got the contact lens in. And because the Giants called a timeout, he can re-enter the game. So it'll be 2nd and 9 from the 10. Right hash, right to left on your radio. Jones in a shotgun set with Barkley to his left. Calls out signal. Two receivers to the near side left, one to the right. Takes the snap, throws it over the middle. James makes the catch, but a sure open field tackle at the 15 by the safety. Comes up with a nice play, setting up a 3rd and 4 for the Giants. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the former Saint. Giants hit a 3rd and 4, failed on a 3rd and 3. 3rd and 4 from their own 15. Two receivers left, two to the right. Jones in a shotgun, Barkley to his right. Jones pumps his right leg, takes the snap, he's back to throw, zips it left, completes it, and the first down should be made by Alden. Bad spot for Slayton.
He said he's bobbling it, but boy, they marked him 2 yards short.
Take a look at it again on replay. Jones zips it to Slayton.
He's got full control of it.
No, excuse me, it's Hodges. When he was contacted, though, he was at the marker.
Full control of it there.
Trying to see. I mean, it looked like he had it secured, and then he got hit.
Makes the football move.
So the Giants come up short, and they're going to have to punt. 4th and 1 from their own 18. Gillen calling signals, takes the snap, left-footed boot, high kick, not deep. Fair catch called for at the 38 by Britton Covey. 44-yard punt, no return. Timeout, 12:21 to go here in the second. Eagles 14, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
I'm Cindy Bigelow here with my good friend Phil Simms talking tea. You really represent someone who lives a healthy lifestyle, and working with you with Bigelow Tea, to me, it's just the perfect fit.
You know, Cindy, after playing 15 years in the NFL, I want to take care of my body. I watch my diet, I like to work out, and then I discovered Bigelow Tea. First, it was just nothing but green tea, but honestly, lately, lemon ginger with probiotics takes care of 2 things instead of 1. I love it.
Phil, we are so happy to have you part of our family.
I'm proud to be a Bigelow Tea drinker.
Okay, so you didn't get tickets to this year's Super Bowl. But what if you had tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row? Verizon's got you. Verizon's giving away 20 pairs of tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row. To enter for your chance to win, go to your local Verizon store now. And while you're there, check out Verizon's deals on the latest phones. Hurry, sweepstakes ends February 15th. Verizon, the network America relies on. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes starts 1/5/2023 and ends 2/15/2023. Must be legal U.S. resident, 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Sponsor, Verizon Corporate Services Group, Inc. For official rules and to enter online, visit VZ3yearsSB.com.
Hey, this is Sean O'Hara, former New York Giant, and we are so excited to be partnering with Castrol Motor Oil all season long. The New York Giants know all about strength and performance, and so does Castrol. That's why Castrol and the Giants are teaming up again this year, bringing you strength on the field and out on the road. Just like the Giants, Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil is built for performance under pressure. Castrol is the strongest player in your garage and a proud sponsor of the New York Giants. Castrol Edge, it's your game plan for maximum performance.
Giants fans, take your fandom to the next level with a season ticket membership. Memberships are a great way to stay connected to the club all year round, not just on game days. As a member, you will receive exclusive benefits like member-only events, game day experiences, preferred pricing, and discounts on Giants merchandise at the online team shop. New extended payment options are available for members. To learn more about a New York Giants season ticket membership and all of the member benefits, visit Giants.com/tickets. Limited inventory is available.
Energy efficiency is for game time and any time. Visit PSEG.com/Giants to find out how we can help you save energy and money.
This is Xavier McKinney, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN, and WFAN-FM, New York.
Eagles have it 1st and 10 at their own 37-yard line. Eli Manning Show, presented by Panini Prism Trading Cards. Special guest airing on the Giants YouTube channel. Eli in the building with his oldest daughter tonight. Ball set on the right hash. Pistol formation. Now Hurts moves Sanders to his left. Calls out signals. Hands off for Sanders. Hit by Thibodeau. Runs out of that tackle. Spins up to the 45 and finally knocked down near the first down marker at the 46.5.
Boy, they put a double team on Leonard Williams. I mean, they just washed him out. Kelsey comes, hits him in the ribs, and just keeps pushing him. And
second and less than one. Take a shot down with the ball sitting between the 46 and 47 of the Eagles. Two receivers stacked left inside the numbers. They'll hand it off to Sanders. Dashes left into Giant territory. Off tackle, and he's finally dumped at the Giant 41-yard line.
Where they're running right in the middle there. Now, that one was on number 71, Jelly, but it's the same blocking scheme, and they depleted him.
Gain of 13 as we check in with Howard Cross.
Man, every time, not to be picking on Jelly, but when Dexter Lawrence is not in the game, they almost go right at him.
Yeah, I mean, they just took him and slammed him to the ground. What was that gain of 13? And you don't want the Eagles to get the running game going because the play pass off of it is really good.
11:28 to go. 14-0. Eagles in the second. Timeout on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Are you ready for a brand new sleigh? Not that one. This one. The Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event is here, bringing the best offers of the year. Get a capable SUV like the Ford Explorer, Edge, or Bronco Sport, or the legendary F-150 truck. Inventory is in stock and more is arriving daily. So head to your local Ford stores today and let Ford help you sleigh that ride. For current offers, visit buyfordnow.com.
Is your company's current transformation coming at a high emotional cost for your workforce? EY Consulting discovered that companies that do not successfully implement a transformation can increase the emotional strain on the workforce by 136%. But those that did were 260% more likely to be successful. With consulting at EY, you'll find the help you need to strategically move your business forward and keep your workforce happy through reliability, flexibility, and security.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
Eli Manning and the Giants return Eli's Extras, presented by Rider University for a second season, now streaming on the Giants YouTube channel.
Shop your own COVID-19 testing and over 45 other lab tests at QuestDirectTest.com. Quest Diagnostics, proud partner in health of the New York Giants. Andre Dillard in for Landon Dickerson, who got shaken up on that last play. 1st and 10 at the Giant 42. Eagles up 14-0 here in the second. Handoff Sanders, hitting the line, and then gets dropped by Jalen Smith after a gain of 3. Let's pause for station identification on the WFAN Giants Radio Network.
I'm Adoree Jackson, and you listen to the radio home of Giants football, The Fan, 1019 FM, 660 AM, and the Odyssey app. WFAN and WFAN FM, HD1, New York.
They gave Sanders 4. Ball sits between the Giants 38 and 39. 2nd and 6 for the Eagles. Hurts in a shotgun set, low crouch. Sanders to his right. 2 receivers left. Brown to the right. Handoff left for Sanders. Sanders gets the edge. He's got a first down and finally tackled by Jalen Smith at the Giant 27-yard line. Gain of 11.
Yeah, now this is where the route can begin, Bob. When they start, they can't stop either phase of this Eagles offense. That's a simple draw play.
Again, a crouch formation. Hurts takes the snap, tucks it inside. Sanders gets bottled up at the Giant 25 after a gain of 2. To the sideline and Howard Cross.
Guys, you're playing two deep safeties, and it's like 4 on 5 up front. They're just double teaming the guys in the front to get up on these plays for these long runs. You got to get off the double team and make a stop.
Well, that's your linebackers have got to get those double teams off.
2nd and 8 at the Giant 25. Ball in the middle of the field. Left to right on your radio goes Philadelphia. In their home, Hunter Green. Sanders to the right of Hurts in a shotgun set. 2 right, 1 left. Split receivers. Sanders right up the middle. Hurdles the tackle. Finally dumped at the Giant 20 after a gain of 5. So that'll set up a 3rd and 3 for Philadelphia. Between 2 and 4 yards, they're 2 for 2. Eagles 14, Giants nothing. 9:08 to go, and the clock winding here in the second. Brown goes out to the left. Smith inside the numbers right. Tight end flexed right. Shotgun set. Scott to the right of Hurts. Now Goddard goes left of the formation. Handoff for Stump. Hurts is going to keep it. Runs off right edge. Hurts to the outside, and he's finally chased out of bounds by Love at the Giant 14-yard line, but it's a gain of 6 and a first down.
Well, Jalen Hurts is getting what he can, and he's getting out of bounds, not challenging a defender at all.
To the sideline and Howard Cross.
Boston Scott's in the game, guys, and the Giants know it. The entire defense went with Scott on that fake.
Boston Scott has 10 touchdowns against the Giants in 9 career games. He's got 18 touchdowns in his whole career. 1st and 10 at the Giant 14. Scott to the right of Hurts. 2 receivers left. Play fake. Hurts throws it over the middle, completes it to Goddard, who spins out of a tackle and finally tripped up by McKinney at the 3. Gain of 11. Giants can't stop the run, not tackling well, and Philadelphia trying to go up 3 touchdowns. 1st and goal at the 3. Scott to the left of Hurts. Watkins flexed right. Hurts calls signals. Takes a high snap. Handoff for Scott. Hit and drop. And fighting for the end zone. Is he in? Yes, touchdown. Carl, they got contact on him short of the end zone.
And he just overpowered whoever it was trying to tackle him because it looked like he was caught about a yard short. We're looking at the replay here.
Giants had it red, and then he just powered his way through.
Lowered his shoulder and knocked whatever the Giant defender was down.
Boston Scott now in his career, and he is a Giant killer. His 9th game against the Giants. And that is his 10th rushing touchdown to go along with a receiving touchdown. All scoring plays are reviewed, and that one is good. Eagles 20, Giants nothing with 7:29 to go here in the first. Their muscles. Snap, spot, kick by Elliott is good. So it's 7:29 to go in the half. Eagles 21, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G. Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your
schnoz, caboose, guts, ticker
to the test. Put your
ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, bacon, egg, and cheese
to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at questhealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants. Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit PSEG.com/Giants today.
Hey, Giants fans, we're here to tell you about the new exciting way to show your fandom, rep your team, and follow all the action. We're talking about NFL All Day. With NFL All Day, all your favorite Giants highlights become digital video collectibles called Moments. Not only can you buy and sell them on a secure marketplace full of thousands of NFL fans, you can also use them to compete in epic game day challenges. Plus, your collection is at your fingertips at all times, ready for you to flex and prove you're the ultimate Giants fan. Check it out today and find moments from all your favorite Giants players on NFLAllDay.com.
Imagine yourself doing remarkable things on the historic Harlem campus of the City College of New York. Home to hundreds of leaders and named a 2022 Hispanic Serving Institution, a green college, and a top school globally, CCNY is a perfect place to make your dream your reality. Stop by one of our many events, visit the campus in person, or explore CCNY online. Your place in history is waiting. Explore CCNY. Proud partner of the New York Giants, visit ccny.cuny.edu to learn more.
Bob's is back at it with major style and savings on furniture, mattresses, decor, and more for your home. Shop in store online at mybobs.com. Bob's Discount Furniture, the official furniture store and mattress partner of the New York Giants.
We're in the Hackensack Meridian Health broadcast booth. Keep getting better. Eagles 9 plays, 63 yards. Boston Scott on a 3-yard touchdown run. And with 7:29 to go in the half, it's a party here at Lincoln Financial Field. Eagles 21 and the Giants nothing. Giants do get the ball to start the third. Jones has thrown an interception. They gave up a couple sacks in a big spot on their first drive, and Hodgins bobbling a would-be first down reception on the last drive.
We're sure they're not getting many opportunities from the Philadelphia defense.
Elliott's kickoff will travel into the end zone for a touchback. So the Giants will start 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
So this coming into this game, I said it's the Eagles' game to lose. And they have certainly come out and played to win this football game. So now the Giants have got to do something to stabilize themselves and get something positive going in all the way to the end zone here. But the Eagles are playing like the #1 seed and the most talented football team in the league.
Pistol set for Jones with Barkley the tailback. Bellinger in motion, bellies back to the left and comes set. Jones takes the snap, tosses it left for Barkley. Feliciano missed his block, and Barkley's going to lose 5. Carl Feliciano has had a couple of bad sequences, one on that Reddick blitz on the 4th and 8, and that one he just got blown up.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good play design here, and Feliciano I mean, his guy beat him inside.
2nd and 15 from the Giants 20. Jones in a shotgun set, calls out signals. Barkley to his left. Jones back to throw. He's under pressure, avoids the pressure, rolls to his right, now runs with it, gets hit and spun down at the 24. So a gain of 4 for Jones. To Howard Cross we go.
Guys, when Jones is scrambling, guys got to know. Turn around, get your blocks. Richie James is standing out there. He's got to turn around and engage with his defender. He kind of keeps looking for the ball, but he doesn't look to get a block.
So now the Giants have a 3rd and 11. Jones has been sacked twice. 6:17 to go in the half. Eagles up 21-zip. 2 deep safety look by the defense as Jones rocks in a shotgun set. 2 receivers to each side. Barkley to Jones' right. Jones takes the snap. He's back. He's looking. Nobody's open. He avoids the sack, retreats back to his 5, now just heaves it into the Giant bench incomplete. This ain't the Minnesota defense the Giants are playing this week.
He tried to buy as much time as possible. They were in a 6-deep defense. Basically, they had everything covered. Clayton was short, and then he wasn't. There's just nothing there.
The coverage was great, and then the protection broke down. Britton Covey back deep for Gillen's punt. They double up the near side gunner, single the far side gunner on this 4th and 11. Gillen takes the snap, boots it, toppling kick. Covey Fair catch called for at about the 29-yard line. With 5:47 to go here in the half. 21-0 Eagles on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Are you ready for a brand new sleigh? Not that one. This one. The Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event is here, bringing the best offers of the year. Get a capable SUV like the Ford Explorer, Edge, or Bronco Sport, or the legendary F-150 truck. Inventory is in stock and more is arriving daily. So head to your local Ford stores today and let Ford help you sleigh that ride. For current offers, visit buyfordnow.com.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit PSEG.com/Giants today.
Just as our Giants fight for every inch on the field, we can all help fight hunger off the field. Together, the New York Giants and Campbell's Chunky Soup are taking on fighting food insecurity. For every regular season defensive sack by the Giants, Campbell's Chunky will donate 1,000 Campbell's products to a local Feeding America affiliate, up to 25,000 items. For more details, visit ChunkySacksHunger.com.
Imagine yourself doing remarkable things on the historic Harlem campus of the City College of New York. Home to hundreds of leaders and named a 2022 Hispanic Serving Institution, a green college, and a top school globally, CCNY is a perfect place to make your dream your reality. Stop by one of our many events, visit the campus in person, or explore CCNY online. Your place in history is waiting. Explore CCNY. Proud partner of the New York Giants. Visit ccny.cuny.edu to learn more.
Bob's is back at it with major style and savings on furniture, mattresses, decor, and more for your home. Shop in store online at mybobs.com. Bob's Discount Furniture, the official furniture store and mattress partner of the New York Giants.
Hey, Dunkin' Midnight, their darkest brew yet for $1. Rewards members who order ahead on the app. The Giants run on Dunkin'. Well, the Philadelphia defense locking down the Giants, and their offensive line manhandling the Giants front, and you add that all up, and it's 21-0 Eagles with 5:47 to go in the half, and the Eagles have the football 1st and 10 at their own 28. Well, they have to make an extraordinary play, force some type of turnover, do something.
Yeah, well, the Eagles are not going to oblige. They're going to have to make it happen. Like you said, the operative word is force.
Hurts in a pistol formation with Sanders the tailback. Handoff Sanders. Hits the hole left. Carries Giants out across the 30. And the scrum and forward progress stops at the 33-yard line, but that's a gain of 5 on first down for Sanders. Sanders was 5th in rushing this year with 1,269 yards. For his career against the Giants, he averages 5.6 a carry.
You got a gang tackle there, and no one's tackling the young man around his legs. First in should be wrapping up his legs. That stops the extra yardage.
Sanders, 11 carries for 56 yards, right on that 5.5-yard a carry average. Shotgun set for Hurts on a 2nd and 5. Handoff right for Sanders. Turns the corner to the 35, to the 40, and finally twisted down by Moreau near midfield.
And this is the case where you have defenders on the edge of the defense, the safety and corner, just accepting being blocked. And that's why this ball went the way it went.
Gain of 17.
I mean, literally, the safety in the corner just said, okay, I'm going to be blocked. I'm not going to get off this block.
Hurts is going to keep it this time, runs around right edge, and then slides down at the Philadelphia 46. So he's not looking to take on any contact.
No.
But he doesn't need to. Why should you? You're up 21-0. There's 4:18 to go in the half. You're controlling the game. And you're suddenly starting to think about hosting an NFC Championship game next week against the Niners or the Cowboys.
Yep.
Brown out to the left. Pascal inside the numbers left. Smith in the slot right. 2nd and 7 at the Giant 44. Hurts in a shotgun set, takes the snap, hands it off for Scott, runs to a Smith tackle inside the 40, and finally tripped up by Davis at the Giant 36-yard line. Gain of 10 for Boston Scott.
Listen, you can't let, you're a backer one-on-one with the smaller man, and you just let him run right through you. You can't. Yeah, that's got to be an upgraded position on the wish list there. You got two arms around this guy. You can't get him down. It's got to be better than that.
First and 10, 36. Hurts on a play fake, throws it out left, completes it, and the Giants tackle Pascal at the 32-yard line, gain of 4 on the play. Zach Pascal had 15 catches during the season. Spent last year with Indianapolis.
You know, when you're trying to play a cover 2, and the team knows you're in a light box, but you can still create an opportunity to get a linebacker and a running back one-on-one in the hole. Linebacker has to win that. He can't miss that and result in a 12-yard gain.
Second and 6 at the Giant 32. Play fake. Pass deflected at the line, incomplete by the blitzing linebacker. And that's incomplete, so it'll be 3rd and 6. I think Xavier McKinney got a hand on it. Pass intended for A.J. Brown. Ball was nearly caught off the deflection by Goddard. So 3rd and 6 at the Giant 32. Eagles up 21-0 with 2:28 to go in the half. Philadelphia has hit on all but one third down attempt. Their only failure was 3rd and 13. 4 for 5.
Either going to be a screen at the bottom or something going across the field, Bob. They had a bunch formation, and now they
call a timeout.
They couldn't quite get it configured.
Philadelphia takes its first time out of the half. 30 seconds.
Yeah, play clock was at 1. So it's 3rd and 6. Carl, you know, the Giants have had an unbelievable season. Sure. Nobody expected them to get to the postseason, let alone win double digits, but they were beaten by the Eagles twice this year. They've lost 14 of 17 to the Eagles. And if you go back to the 2008 playoff loss at Giant Stadium, Philadelphia has won 23 of the last 29 in all different shapes and sizes. But one thing is certain, the 2022 Eagles are a much more talented team than the Giants.
Yeah, and listen, whatever's happened in the past, they have to deal with this year, and they're going to be 0 for 3 if things don't change. And it's a litmus test. It tells them just where they are, talent-wise, and being able to compete with the elite. But here they are. The Giants are showing the blitz here.
Hurts takes the snap, rolls right, throws it to Smith. He stumbles ahead, and he dives ahead, and he's got the first down at the 26-yard line. Now, the near side official, where he's got it spotted, it'll be a first down.
How do you have it diagnosed? It's Kayvon Thibodeau. He overruns it, comes back. Nobody touches him.
Well, the other thing, too, was, and that'll take us to the 2-minute warning, Eagles 21, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants, and it said we make 35,000 decisions a day, but you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready? Great. Learn more at citizensbank.com/you-got-this.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and or data charges may apply.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers has the best, most efficient products for your vital heat and hot water needs. Peerless builds America's best boilers and now has Pavilion tankless water heaters to give you the highest efficiency and save you loads of money on your utility bill all year round. Learn more about Peerless Boilers, Pavilion tankless water heaters, and find a local installer today by visiting PeerlessBoilers.com or PavilionTankless.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
It's the dead of winter. It's freezing out. There's snow on the ground, and you just can't wait for that first sip of coffee. Ice cold, chill you to the core iced coffee refreshness. Built for the warriors of winter, Dunkin' Iced Coffee is here all season long. Because when the going gets cold, the cold get going. This winter, go Dunkin' Iced or go home. America runs on Dunkin'.
What if you could invest in crypto funds right from the comfort of your brokerage or retirement account? Meet Grayscale's suite of investment products, an easy way to build your crypto portfolio. Grayscale offers many different funds, including products representing the metaverse, DeFi, and smart contracts. Just type in a Grayscale products ticker to start investing today. Start your crypto journey by visiting grayscale.com/podcast today. Investing involves risks and the possible loss of principal.
Giants fans know big moments. This season, feed the moment with Stop & Shop. Stop & Shop, official supermarket of the New York Giants.
First half 2-minute warning brought to you by Bud Light, official sponsor of the NFL. Go to budlight.com/delivery. Jalen Hurts in this game, a tidy 10 of 13 for 109 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Eagles have hit 5 of 6 third down conversions. And with 2 minutes to go in the half, Eagles 21, Giants nothing. And Philadelphia has it 1st and 10 at the Giants 26. Hurts in a shotgun set. Sanders to his left. 2 receivers left. 1 in the slot right. Play fake. Hurts throws it left, completes it, and it's knocked away incomplete. Adoree Jackson got a hand in there on A.J. Brown. I think the ball was a little behind him.
That's a good job by Adoree Jackson, though, diagnosing that. They schemed that. That was a run-pass fake to pass it again. And they have some pretty complex schemes where they'll get your defense going in a lot of different directions. Adoree played his responsibility there.
2nd and 10 at the Giants 26 with 1:56 to go in the half. Spread set, empty set for Hurts. 3 receivers left. Now Gainwell comes in motion behind Hurts. Hurts takes the snap, throws it out to Gainwell. He gets the block on the edge. Gainwell to the sideline and finally knocked out of bounds at the 18-yard line. So it's a gain of 9 on the play, and it'll be, a good spot. 3rd and 1 for Philadelphia. At the Giants 17.5. Boy, A.J. Brown just threw a key block on Adoree Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, these receivers are blocking the outside support players, and support players are not trying to get off the block. There's a rule.
3rd and 1.
Stay blocked.
Gainwell off the right side, goes up the middle, and he easily gets the first down. Finally tackled by Lawrence at the 11-yard line. This is like way
New York
too
takes
easy.
its second timeout, 30-second timeout.
Yeah, and there's no mercy rule in the NFL, so you got to take your medicine and toughen up here because the Eagles are trying to do something in route of a Super Bowl championship, and you got to put up some type of resistance because they're not going to slow down.
Carl, so far in the football game, Philadelphia has 135 yards rushing, 253 yards of offense to the Giants' 55.
Yep. Giants can't get anything going after the first series of downs. And
1st and 10 at the 11 with 1:43 to go in the half, and the Eagles up 21-0. Trying to add more points. Hurts. Oh, they're going to go Hurts over center this time. Tossed right for Sanders. I heard one of the Giants players barking that he was being held.
He was.
Giants call a timeout.
New York takes
their final
third and final timeout. This is a 30-second timeout.
Trying to save some time for the offense. The Giants get the ball to start the 3rd. And really kind of a tipping point in this game was after the Eagles scored on their opening drive, the Giants were moving downfield.
4th and 8?
Well, I mean, they had third and short, and Jones got sacked by Reddick, and then they went for it on 4th and 8 and 40 instead of punting it, and Jones got sacked again by Reddick. Set up a short field. Eagles went downfield, scored a touchdown, made it 14-0, and haven't looked back. 2nd and 8 at the Giants' 9-yard line. The ball sits just inside the 10 on the right hash. Watkins in motion, 3 receivers left. Shotgun set for Hurts. Drops back to throw, swings it for Gainwell. It's incomplete. He took a shot, and now Gerard Davis is going to get called for a personal foul.
It should not be. When that ball's on the ground and he's going for it and the runner's going for it, you can't call that. His ball's on the ground. He's going for it.
An incomplete pass. Personal foul. Defense, number 57. Half the distance to the goal line.
That's an awful call.
I mean, his shoulder hit him in the helmet, but the ball was on the ground.
He's punching the ball out. But he doesn't know the receiver is picking the ball up as if it's a fumble.
Right, because it was questionable. I mean,
whether it was a forward pass or lateral.
It was, but it was close. And the way Gainwell reacted, he wasn't sure if it was a lateral or a forward pass, so he was trying to go get the ball. That's a tough call on Jared Davis.
I didn't know you could penalize.
1st and goal to 5. Sanders to the left of Hurts. Play fake. They throw it out left. Goddard makes the catch, and Love cuts him down to 5. No gain on the play. 1:23 to go in the half. It'll be 2nd and goal to 5.
So if you're playing aggressive and your shoulder pad hits the guy in the helmet, they're calling it personal fouls now on a running back?
Well, they did there. Yeah. Brown goes out to the left. 2 receivers out to the right. Tight end flexed in the right slot. 2nd and goal to 5. Under a minute to go in the half. Sanders to the left of Hurts. Points out the protection and calls signals. Hurts takes a hard snap. Now he's going to run with it left. Hurts to the 5. Hurts to the pylon. Touchdown, Eagles.
Perfect call for the blitz. Not sure who was watching Hurts, but he knew exactly where to go. As the blitz went one way, he went through the other slot.
Eagles dominant. 27-0 with the extra point pending. And Philadelphia is going to go for 2 here.
Why not? They got to work on stuff.
I mean, they're going for 2 up 27-0. Hurts gets his team set at the line.
Unbalanced line.
They're trying to draw the Giants offside. For what? And now we get a whistle and a timeout, Eagles.
Philadelphia takes a timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
But why would they want to go for 2 and then try to draw the Giants off to get the ball closer to go for 2 again?
I guess so. Now they send out Elliott for the extra point, and maybe they're just toying with him.
Yeah, well.
14 plays, 72 yards. Hurts on a 5-yard touchdown run. And the Giants have no answers for Philadelphia's run game, and then Hurts is able to pass off that.
Then they sent a blitz, and
Ojulari didn't hold the edge.
Yeah, Ojulari didn't hold the edge, and
Jalen Smith got beat to the spot. 18 first downs to 3. Extra point by Elliott. Snap, spot, kick on its way, and they'll start playing Fly, Eagles Fly again. With 43 seconds to go. We've heard that song 4 times now in the first half.
Well, the issue is the Giants' offense doesn't get enough opportunities, and when they do, they don't have enough plays to get first downs, and the defense is now just being rolled up and down the field.
Check in on the sideline with Howard Cross.
Carl, I have to disagree with you. The Giants' offense is getting opportunities. They're just not making plays. You got to make the most of it when you have the ball. If you don't make the plays, it doesn't mean you're not getting opportunities. It means you're not making plays. And right now, Everything's breaking down for them offensively.
Well, they're breaking down offensively and defensively.
Yeah, you think about on that third down, you're trying to stabilize the game a little bit. Hodgins has the first down, but he doesn't cleanly catch the ball. He bobbles it, which then caused him to lose a yard. And instead of a fresh set of downs, you're punting from your own 19-yard line. Things like that, the margin of error is slim.
Yep.
Elliott kicks it off, end over end, into the end zone for a touchback with 43 seconds to go in the half. And the Eagles up by a whopping 28-0 score. I think most people felt that the Giants would be able to keep this game in range, and then whether they won or lost would be another thing. But
well, the key is keeping it in range, and once you go down 2 scores against a team like the Eagles, it's hard.
First and 10 from the Giant 25 for Jones and company. Jones takes the snap under pressure. Flushed out to his right by Reddick. Jones to the sideline and then tiptoes out of bounds across the 30 at the 34-yard line. So he gets 9 and stops the clock with 35 seconds to go in the half.
The Eagles are not going to give up anything over the top. They're going to have a catch and run somewhere.
Barkley to the right of Jones and a shotgun set on a 2nd and 1. Play fake to Barkley. Jones retreats. Nobody's open. Now zips one over the middle, incomplete. Into double coverage was Slayton. Blankenship on the deflection along with help from the corner. So it's going to be 3rd and 1. On the season, the Giants hit 14 of 17 3rd and 1s. Last week, 1 for 2. 3rd and a yard and a half. 2 receivers left. Barkley to the right of Jones. Jones calls out signals. He takes the snap and he's back to throw. Looking for Barkley. He's covered. Then he's just chased out of the pocket. Incomplete.
Yeah, that was a late cover. Barkley went to the flat, and the inside defender kind of hesitated and then grabbed him as soon as he got in the flat.
Josh Sweat got pressure. Philadelphia had a good read on that play because they had Barkley checked as he went out to the right flat. Someone stayed there, Kazir White. And the Giants will punt the football with 25 seconds to go in the half, down 28-0. Dillon takes a wobbly snap, gets it away. Toppling, quivering spiral. Fair catch called for by Kobe at the Philadelphia 21, 46-yard punt with 17 seconds to go in the half. Well, what would be the message in the second half for your team?
Execution, offensive execution. Defensively, you just got to make some stinking tackles. A lot of what they're doing is their extra effort versus your ordinary effort. Outside runs, you got corners that are staying blocked. Get off a block to make yourself available when you're the 2-end guys that can stop a play and you just allow someone to block you. That's not acceptable.
The Eagles take a victory formation, and it's been a victorious first half here at Lincoln Financial Field. The number 1 seed in the NFC, coming off the rest last week. Hurts looked sharp, and the Eagles with a 28-0 lead at the half on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Caring for an aged loved one can be overwhelming. For over 100 years, River Spring Living, a nationally recognized leader in meeting the needs of older adults at all income levels, has supported the health and well-being of New Yorkers aged 65 and better. Whether living in the community or on our Riverdale campus, through housing, home care, health plans, and the nationally acclaimed Hebrew Home at Riverdale, older adults are living their best life. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn how River Spring Living can help you or your loved one.
Ignite your growth at Monmouth University. Launch your career with an exceptional academic foundation and embark on new adventures on our stunning coastal campus with the buzz and opportunity of New York and Philly about an hour away. Immerse yourself in the big school vibe of Division I athletics with the Monmouth Hawks, the most exciting newcomers in the Colonial Athletic Association. Imagine what college can do for you. Then imagine more. Bigger thinking, more inspired. You amplified. Learn more at monmouth.edu/amplified.
When the team is on the road, the Giants Bar Network, presented by Modelo, has you covered. Visit NewYorkGiants.com/Bar Network to discover recommended venues near you where you can enjoy Modelo specials all season long and join fellow Giants fans to cheer on the team. Modelo is an official cerveza of fans with the fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. You must be 21 or older.
Of course I know how to make Parmesan-crusted salmon. It'll be the best you've ever had. See you tonight.
You know you can't cook.
I know.
Even boiling water is a struggle for you.
I know.
What were you thinking?
I wasn't. What am I going to do?
Oh, honey, just go for Grubhub and tell him the truth.
You make it sound so easy.
Yeah, it is. The food will arrive before he does, and he'll be so impressed with your ordering skills that all will be forgiven.
I think you're onto something.
I am. Go for date night deliciousness. Go for Grubhub. Download the Grubhub app today.
At PSE&G, we're committed to your family's safety. Be prepared in the event of a gas emergency. To learn how to be safe around natural gas, visit pseg.com/gas safety.
This is Daniel Jones, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN, and WFAN-FM, New York.
It's time for the Halftime Report, brought to you by MetLife, the official insurance company of the New York Giants, on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G. Now, here's Lance Meadow.
The New York Giants Halftime Report is brought to you by MetLife, the official insurance company of the New York Giants. At the break, the Eagles shutting out the Giants 28-0 at Lincoln Financial Field. Complete domination for Philly in the first 30 minutes of play as the Eagles outgained the Giants 258-64, 18 first downs to just 3 for the Giants. They were plus 10 in time of possession, and they scored 4 touchdowns in 5 possessions. We'll have more on that front in a bit, but in the meantime, let's recap what happened earlier today in the AFC divisional round playoffs. The Chiefs, they're heading to their 5th straight AFC championship game after holding off the Jaguars 27-20. Patrick Mahomes missed most of the second quarter with an ankle injury, but he returned to the second half to combine with Chad Henne for 3 touchdown passes. 2 went to Travis Kelce, who finished with only a career-high 14 catches for 98 yards. Jacksonville turned the ball over on 2 of its final 3 possessions, a fumble in the red zone. That was a backbreaker, then an interception when they reached midfield. So if the Bengals win, the AFC Championship game will be at Arrowhead Stadium next Sunday. If the Bills win, they will play at a neutral site in Atlanta. So the Kansas City Chiefs taking care of business at home. They are the first team to punch their ticket to a conference championship game. At the break in Philadelphia, it is all Eagles over the Giants 28-0. We'll step aside, come back. Jonathan Casillas will join me, and we'll try to make sense of a very rough first half for Big Blue. We'll be back right after this.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
What does it mean to be Jesuit educated? It's a promise of how you'll be cared for and what you'll be challenged to do with your abilities. At Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York, we encourage all of our students to strive for excellence and seek the greater good on 2 residential New York City campuses and in 9 undergraduate, graduate, and professional schools. Learn more at Fordham.edu. Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York.
Only one of you will win my throne made out of bones.
The throne of bones will be mine!
Nay, my niece, the bones are mine alone.
Wait! Why can't we just multiply the throne of bones? That's what the New York Lottery does. With a new cash multiplier, you have the chance to multiply your winnings up to 50 times. Prizes up to $3 million.
That's a lot of bones.
Play the Cash Multiplier series of scratch-off games from the New York Lottery for a chance to multiply your winnings dramatically. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus.
Rider University, named a best value school by U.S. News and World Report, believes nothing should stand in the way of your success. At Rider University, Broncs never go it alone. From your first day on campus, you'll receive the support needed to succeed. Through our generous aid packages, personalized academic and career support, and more, you'll receive the tools to excel in the classroom and beyond. We believe in you. We believe in a Rider education. Learn more at rider.edu/liftingbarriers.
Meet Dunkin' Midnight, their darkest brew yet. Now $1 for rewards members who order ahead on the app. The Giants run on Dunkin'.
Jones calls signals, takes the snap, back to throw. Has time, pumps, now he gets hit, and he throws it away incomplete. The ball's loose on the ground, but it's an incomplete pass. Pocket just collapsed on Jones, and the Giants turn it over on downs with 5:39 to go here in quarter number one.
And that is the halftime highlight brought to you by River Spring Living. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn how River Spring Living can help you live your best life. And if that is the highlight of the first half, I think that pretty much sums things up appropriately. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you here as the Eagles are in cruise control over the Giants at the break, 28-0. And Jonathan, let's start the conversation there because that was a huge turning point. But before we get to the 4th and 8th, the Giants actually were facing a 3rd and 3 at the Philadelphia 35. They were trailing 7-0. This was their first possession. Daniel Jones is tripped up by Evan Neal, but the Eagles got pressure to push Evan Neal back, so he loses 5 yards. They keep the offense out on the field for a 4th and 8 from the Philly 40, and you just heard what happened. It actually was ultimately ruled a sack again by Hassan Reddick, but a very aggressive move by Brian Daboll early in the game to keep his offense out on the field.
Yeah, I know Daboll has been aggressive all year, but in this situation, at the yardage where they were at on the field and against this team, I just don't think you go for it right there, you know. And I was saying it right when it happened. It's not in hindsight that I'm looking at it. I just don't think you go for it. You maybe, you know, take that hard count where you can kind of get them to go offside because it was 4th and 4. And if they get the 5-yard penalty, it'll be a first down. And if you don't, you'll take the delay of game, get yourself a little bit more cushion to punt the ball and possibly down it inside the 10. They just didn't do it. And then since then, it's been all downhill. You know, and look, the Giants is only 1 turnover on the board, but that counts as a turnover, so it's actually 2 turnovers.
Sure.
And they're doing everything that we said they shouldn't do and couldn't do against this team. And, man, it's going to be a long way back for the New York Giants.
Well, it's red carpet treatment for the Eagles because you have them with a sizable lead. They could pin their ears back in terms of the pass rush. They could also run the ball very comfortably and not expose Jalen Hurts to additional hits because the Eagles, they ultimately capitalized on that short field. They scored a touchdown to make it 14-0. But look at these rushing numbers, Jonathan, in the first half. The Eagles, they're pretty much repeating what they did in the Week 14 game. 26 runs for 140 yards and 2 touchdowns. They're averaging over 5 yards per carry. And Hurts, 12 of 17 for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. A very efficient performance, no matter how you want to spin it.
Yeah, but look, the Eagles are the best team in the league. You know, we knew that. And the question was about Jalen Hurts' health, right? I think he answered that question on the first play, that he threw the football with the 40-yard completion to Smith. Look, this team is very talented. The Giants made mistakes, and the Giants have to be perfect today to go ahead and compete with this team. Because even a perfect game against how talented, how deep, and how well coached the Philadelphia Eagles is, still wouldn't give the Giants the game. And they're just making mistakes left and right. I think that was a bad call to go for it on 4th down, and it's been all downhill since then. So, look, the Giants, I'm not going to say the game's over because there's still time left, but, man, they got a deep hole to dig themselves out of, man.
It is a game you need to steal possessions, not gift-wrap possessions to the opposition. The Giants had 5 possessions in the first half. Turnover on downs, a turnover, and then 3 3-and-outs as they trail the Eagles 28-0. The copyright of this broadcast is owned by the New York Football Giants, Inc. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, transmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the New York Football Giants, Inc. is prohibited. This announcement was brought to you by the law firm of McCarter & English, LLP, providing legal services to the New York Giants for more than 25 years. From tech startups to Fortune 100 companies, McCarter is the counsel of choice for leaders in the global marketplace. Find them online at McCarter.com. GiantsFans.com. When we return, Bob Papa, Carl Banks will take you the rest of the way. Giants get the ball to start the third quarter. They won the toss, elected to defer. We will speak to you after the contest. Enjoy.
The NFL playoffs are in full swing. Make your bets now with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the New York Giants. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KICK. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code KICK. Must be 21 and older and physically present in New York. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Bonus issued as free bets. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Webull is a self-directed trading platform that offers commission-free trading of stocks, crypto, ETFs, and more. Why trade on Webull? Webull offers full extended hours trading, in-depth analytical tools, educational resources, and real-time market quotes to help their users make more informed investment decisions. With an array of different resources, Webull can be used by all traders. You can even practice trading without using real money via their paper trading feature. Download the Webull app today and start learning, sharing, and investing.
Now, you were born and raised in Manhattan, right?
That's right. Center of it all. And you in the Bronx.
The BX.
The only all-local morning team is on Today in New York on NBC4, anchored by Darlene Rodriguez and Michael Gargiulo.
Our meteorologist, Maria LaRosa, grew up in Ramsey.
Our traffic reporter, Del Caballero, from Jersey City.
You know that makes us the home team.
Because we get why it matters to our viewers.
The only all-local team is on Today in New York, weekdays 4 to 7 on NBC4.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers has the best, most efficient products for your vital heat and hot water needs. Peerless builds America's best boilers and now has Pavilion tankless water heaters to give you the highest efficiency and save you loads of money on your utility bill all year round. Learn more about Peerless Boilers, Pavilion tankless water heaters, and find a local installer today by visiting PeerlessBoilers.com or PavilionTankless.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
The Palisades Memory Care Program at River Spring Residences is designed for maximum independence, dignity, and safety for those living with dementia. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn more.
This is Julian Love, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
For the Hackensack Meridian Health broadcast booth, keep getting better at the half. Eagles 28, Giants nothing. Today's matchup presented by Citizens, the official bank of the New York Giants. Citizens is made ready for Giants fans. Bob Papa, Carl Banks, and let's check in on the sideline with Howard Cross.
Hey, guys, not a lot positive happened in that first half. Actually, nothing positive happened in the first half. So what you have to do is, in the second half, find little things to make plays. I don't care what it is, just make one play and one play at a time. Yep. When you get to the tackle, get them to the ground. If you're getting your block, make sure you stay on them to the whistle. Find little positive things, and you'll have some success.
And try to climb back in and make this look more competitive and be more competitive. Right now, if you can't tackle and not putting up much resistance in terms of their pass rush, not how you want this season to end for yourself. So it's a matter of pride as well.
Eagles kicking off in their home green from left to right. End-over-end kick. Brightwell from a yard deep is going to run it out. Brightwell veers up the middle to the 20, to the 24, and powers his way up to the 26. And that's where the Giants will start first and 10. Daniel Jones, rough first half for Jones. 6 of 10 for 57 yards, interception. He's got 3 carries for 13 yards. Barkley, 4 carries for 7. Breida has a catch for 19. All that stuff came on the first drive.
Yeah.
So the Giants in all white start first and 10 at their own 26. Jones in a shotgun. Barkley to his left. 2 receivers right. Jones takes the snap. Handoff for Barkley. Lowers his shoulder. Moves the pile up to the 30. And that's where his forward progress will be stopped. Gain of 4. Reed Blankenship on the tackle. Now you can talk about the Giants giving up a drive on the opening drive and then having a good drive of their own, and then Reddick gets a sack on third down. They went for it on 4th and 8 at the Philadelphia 40. Jones got sacked. So Philadelphia took over at the 48, but they've been outplayed every which way but Sunday. And it's Saturday. 2nd and 6 Ball in the right hash. Jones takes the snap. He's back to throw. Has time. Deep ball down the left side. He's got Slayton, who gets run into, and it's incomplete. Bradbury on the coverage. Ball was slightly underthrown.
Yeah, that one's got to be out there further, Bob. I mean, Slayton's got him beat by two steps here. He's got to lead him. Now, Bradbury did give him a push on the lower body, which should have been called.
So it'll be 3rd and 6. Giants are 1 for 5 on third downs. 3rd and 6 in the Giant 30. They've only had 1/3 and long. Jones takes the snap, back to throw. Pressure, throws it right, incomplete as Jones got walloped.
Got 3 Eagles right on top of him. I mean, they brought the kitchen sink, and the Eagles didn't hit him. His own lineman would have, because they were all in his lap at the same time.
So the Giants will go 3 and out and punt the football away. 56 seconds into the third quarter. Now 1 for 6 on third down. Gillen takes the snap. High kick. Blankenship, a fair catch at the Philadelphia 33-yard line. We'll get a timeout. 13:55 to go in the third. And it's the Eagles 28, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Giants fans know as the season gets underway, you got to have the right players for all 4 quarters. And sometimes you got to switch things up. Same thing goes for your drink on game day. So if you're looking to spice it up, pour yourself a delicious, crisp Captain Morgan Original Spice Rum and Ginger. There is no better way to celebrate a Giants victory. Great things happen when you spice it up. Captain Morgan, an official spice rum partner of the New York Giants. Visit CaptainMorgan.com to find Captain near you. Drink responsibly. Captain Morgan Rum Company, New York, New York.
PSE&G is delivering award-winning customer satisfaction to its 2.3 million customers. J.D. Power has named PSE&G #1 in customer satisfaction with both residential electric and natural gas service in the East among large utilities. On behalf of all of our employees who work hard every day, we thank you, our customers, for rating us as a top utilities provider. At PSE&G, we aim to win every day. For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Backed by popular demand, the Giants announced the return of Eli's Extras, presented by Rider University, running throughout the 2022 NFL season. This 8-episode series, hosted by 2-time Super Bowl MVP Eli Manning, will focus on exploring the former quarterback's favorite hobbies, foods, and interests. After a successful first year, Eli and co-host Sean O'Hara are ready to kick off a second season. Eli and Sean will be joined by many celebrity guests throughout the season, sharing their stories with the fans. Eli's Extras is now streaming on the Giants YouTube channel.
Do you know why the Giants have teamed up with Prime Point? Because complex payrolls require efficient solutions and support. Sure, it's easy to buy basic payroll technology, but are you really getting the support you need? We didn't think so. That's where Prime Point comes in. Time to tackle payroll together. You need a team? You need Prime Point, the official payroll processor of the New York Giants. To add a key player to your payroll team, go to primepoint.com/learn-more.
Hackensack University Medical Center is the official hometown hospital of the New York Giants. Hackensack Meridian Health. Keep getting better.
This is Daniel Bellinger, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue the Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
Eagles 28, Giants nothing. 13:55 to go in the third. Giants go 3 and out, so the Eagles will start 1st and 10 at their own 32. Left to right on your radio. Pistol set for Hurst. In the first half, Sanders, 13 carries for 75 yards. He stands behind Hurts. Now goes to the right of Hurts. Hurts takes the snap, gives for Sanders, swings off one tackle and dives ahead to the 35. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the WFAN Giants Radio Network.
I'm Adoree Jackson, and you're listening to the radio home of Giants Football, the Fan, 1019 FM, 660 AM, and the Odyssey app, WFAN and WFAN FM, HD1, New York.
Eagles have it 2nd and 7 at their own 35 after Sanders got 3 more. Pistol set again. Hurts in a low crouch. hands it off right for Sanders. Thibodeau does a great job, but Sanders able to turn the corner and then gets cut down at the 32.
Well, that was a heck of a job by Thibodeau.
Julian Love got the tackle. Subscribe to the Giants Huddle podcast. Exclusive interviews, instant reaction after the game. Find it on the Giants app, Giants.com/podcast, or search for and subscribe on your favorite podcast platforms. Yeah. The only failed third down, Carl, for the Eagles was a 3rd and 13. They have a 3rd and 10 here.
Here they do.
Brown goes wide to the left.
Thibodeau is lined up over the guard. Let's see what happens here.
Smith is in a right slot. Gainwell in to the left of Hurts, who takes the snap back to throw. Blitzes on, throws it right, completes it to the right sideline. No pass is incomplete.
Stepped out. He caught it.
Devontae Smith did not clean it. He taps his chest saying, that's my fault. Heck of a throw by Hurts, though, Carl, under pressure.
Right in his face.
And Smith
drops the ball.
Really, I mean. So the Philadelphia Eagles go 3 and out. James back deep for the Giants, with the Eagles up 28-0. Turn gets the punt away cleanly. Not deep. James yells scatter. Bounces over his head at the 20. Retreats, picks it up, and gets tackled back at the 12-yard line. We're going to spot the forward progress at the 14. Timeout, 12:16 to go in the third. Eagles 28, Giants nothing on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
Are you ready for a brand new sleigh? Not that one. This one. The Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event is here, bringing the best offers of the year. Get a capable SUV like the Ford Explorer, Edge, or Bronco Sport, or the legendary F-150 truck. Inventory is in stock and more is arriving daily. So head to your local Ford stores today and let Ford help you sleigh that ride. For current offers, visit buyfordnow.com.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
We're back at Frank's Deli. Tony is next in line. He walks 2 yards to the counter. He's asking a question, and
yes! He's got one of the new cash multiplier scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. He has the chance to multiply his winnings up to 50 times and win up to $3 million.
Wow, we'll be talking about this play for a long time, folks. Just incredible.
Play the Cash Multiplier series for a chance to multiply your winnings dramatically. Please play responsibly. Must be 18+.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers is here to assist you with your vital heat and hot water needs. Find installers today at PeerlessBoilers.com. Remember, Peerless, America's best built boilers.
Giants postgame live, presented by NFL All Day, airs on MSG Network following every Giant postseason game. MSG Network's the TV home of the Giants, and if something drastically doesn't change, tonight's going to be the last one. Giants down 28-0 with 12:16 to go in the third. 1st and 10, but on their own 12-yard line. Jones in a shotgun set. Barkley to his right, Breida to his left. Jones takes the snap, gives for Saquon, trying to find room off the right side, shoulders his way up to the 17, and he's tackled there. Gain of 5 for Barkley. Hassan Reddick on the tackle as we check in with Howard Cross.
Guys, Richie James had a great play right there. I know it didn't look like a great play, but when the ball hits the ground and bounces over his head, he goes back and catches it. If he doesn't catch it right there, they'll down it inside the 5.
Yeah, that saved him about 7 yards.
Jones over center. 2nd and 4. Barkley in a one-back set. Strong formation to the right. Handoff Barkley trying to bounce his way right. gets hit from behind and dropped just across the 20. So that's going to set up a 3rd and almost 2. Giants' only third down conversion came on their first offensive possession. It was a 3rd and 4. So 3rd and 2 with the ball just across the 20. Giants down 28-0 with 11:16 to go in the third. 3 receivers near side left. Jones in a shotgun. Barkley to his right. They give it for Saquon. Up the middle he goes. Saquon out to the 30. Saquon to the 40. Across midfield. Grabbed from behind and tackled at the Philadelphia 40-yard line. A touchdown-saving tackle. A 50-yard run for Barkley.
And that's the type of pride you need to show if you're an offensive lineman. Get Saquon going. That's what you need to do.
Marcus Epps got him from behind. So it's 1st and 10 Giants at the Philadelphia 41-yard line. Jones takes the snap, hands it off to Breida, looks for a reverse lane and cuts back and dives inside the 35 and tackled at the 34-yard line, but Breida able to get 7. That run for Barkley was a 39-yarder. My math was off. So it's 2nd and 3 at the Philadelphia 34. 3 receivers left. Breida to the right. Jones throws it out in the left flat for James. Tries to turn the corner and gets hit high and hard near the first down marker. And I think he's going to be a half-yard short. For Barkley, by the way, that was his 11th run this season of 20 or more yards. The Giants with 17 on the season. And they say move the chain, so Breida got the first down.
And they blocked that perfectly for Saquon Barkley.
Excuse me, James got the first down. So it's 1st and 10 Giants at the Philadelphia 31. Trying to get on the scoreboard here, down 28-0. Breida goes to the right slot, and now we get a whistle and a timeout by the Giants.
His first timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
To the sideline and Howard Cross.
They got to push the clock back up. You know, they're trying to set the ball and everything. That shouldn't have to call a timeout right there. I don't understand what the officials are doing.
They were trying to determine whether he had gotten the first down or not.
So they should have. That's on the officials, not on the team. So they can take 20 seconds to try to figure it out, move the chains, and say, okay, you work with what we gave you. They've got to move that. They got to put more time on it. Let's see what happens.
Correction. The previous timeout was an administrative timeout, so New York has 3 timeouts remaining.
Okay, there you go. So now it's an administrative timeout. Basically what they're saying is, we screwed up. It shouldn't have cost you a timeout.
Yep.
My bad. Let's regroup. 1st and 10 Giants at the Philadelphia 31. 2 receivers out to the left. Johnson and Slayton. Slayton inside the numbers. Jones over center. Handoff right for Barkley. Looking for a cutback lane, and it's not there as he gets blasted at the 28-yard line. And Nick Gates getting into it with Brandon Graham. Gain of 3 for Barkley. To the sideline and Howard Cross.
You know, they're taking a little extra shot on Barkley back and forth. Now the offensive linemen are starting to get chippy with the Eagles. They may not win, but they're going to have some pride and some fight in them.
Well, that's how he should have started off the game. But I'll take it.
2nd and 7 at the Philadelphia 28. Jones out of the gun. Cager in motion right. Jones back to throw. Fires it over the middle. Caught by James, and he gets walloped at the 22-yard line. A yard short of the first down, gain of 7. Richie James has been a really nice acquisition.
Yep.
Missed all of last season with a knee injury. Former San Francisco 49er, spent 4 years with the Niners.
We have not talked about the tight end or Isaiah Hodgins this game.
Offset I left, 3rd and 1. Hodgins comes set left slot. Jones rolls to his left. Philadelphia chasing him. Jones is going to tuck it and run, and he gets the first down to the Philadelphia 20-yard line. So the Giants convert that third down and move the chains with 7:24 to go here in the third quarter. Again, Giants down a whopping 28-0. They spot the ball at the 19. In the red zone this year, offensively, the Giants were 7th in the NFL. Philadelphia 11th defensively. 2 receivers right, 1 tight left is Slayton. Barkley to the right of Jones. Now Jones moves him to his left in a shotgun set. Jones takes the snap, rolls right. Now Jones is going to throw it on the run, completes it to the 10-yard line, and knifing forward is James inside the 8. And that'll set up a first and goal for the Giants, gain of 11. In goal-to-goal this year, the Giants 23 touchdowns in 28 trips. They were 2 for 2 last week. First and goal at the 8, pistol formation with Jones and Barkley. Now Jones motions out to the right, snap goes to Barkley, hands it off left for Breida to the 5 and in for the touchdown. Saquon went wildcat, faked me out, and Matt Breida runs it in from 8 yards out, and the Giants are finally on the board with 6:15 to go here in the third. That touchdown brought to you by Ford, the official vehicle of the New York Giants.
That's really good sleight of hand there and good ball handling by Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I thought he had it.
Looked like he almost tucked it away himself. Good decision.
On to the extra point. Snap, spot, kick on its way, and it is true blue. 6:15 to go in the third. Eagles 28, Giants 7. Timeout on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G. Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your
Snot, caboose, guts, ticker
to the test. Put your
ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, picnic cheese
to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at QuestHealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants. And instead, we make 35,000 decisions a day. But you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready? Great. Learn more at citizensbank.com/YouGotThis.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and/or data charges may apply.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers is here to assist you with your vital heat and hot water needs. Learn more and find local installers today at PeerlessBoilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
It's the dead of winter. It's freezing out. There's snow on the ground, and you just can't wait for that first sip of coffee. Ice cold, chill you to the core iced coffee refreshness. Built for the warriors of winter, Dunkin' Iced Coffee is here all season long. Because when the going gets cold, the cold get going. This winter, go Dunkin' Iced or go home. America runs on Dunkin'.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit PSEG.com/Giants today. Welcome to the Hackensack Meridian broadcast booth. Keep getting better, along with Carl Banks and Howard Cross. Bob Papa, so glad you can join us. Giants, 10 plays, 88 yards. Breida on a wildcat handoff from Barkley, 8-yard touchdown. So the Giants are finally on the board. We're in the Hackensack Meridian Health broadcast booth. Keep getting better.
Well, it's 3 scores down now. If the defense can make another play and get the offensive ball back, maybe it'll get interesting. Good to see that they showed some pride offensively and really got things going.
Yeah, each team started the third quarter with a 3 and out. Then the Giants drove it and scored. Gano to kick it off from right to left. Line drive, sidewinding kick into the end zone for a touchback. So the Eagles will start 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Barkley with 9 carries for 61 yards. One of the carries a 39-yarder. Jones 9 of 15 for 77 yards. He's got 16 yards rushing. James 5 catches for 37. Hurts, on the other hand, 12 of 18 for $118, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's got 30 yards rushing as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty efficient offense.
Hurts in a pistol formation. Boston Scott, who has a rushing touchdown. Of course he does. He's playing the Giants. He's in the pistol. Play fake. Hurts back to throw. Gets in the pocket. Throws the deep crossing route. Goddard's wide open at the 43. And runs it up the left sideline before he's shoved out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Gain of 23. It's too easy. There's no pass rush.
Yeah, and he just gets behind the nickel and in front of the safety, and it's just a good read, well set up by Philadelphia. But once you jam him, you can't lose him, especially when you don't jam him enough to redirect him. And that's what Julian Love did on that play, just tapped him.
Handed off right. Boston Scott, of course, breaks 3 tackles and gets 9 before he's dropped at the Giant 43. This is a guy that averages 4 yards a carry. But when he plays the New York Giants, he looks like a combination of Barry Sanders and Jim Brown.
Yeah. A little bit embarrassing, to be honest with you.
2nd and 1 from the Giant 43. With 5 minutes to go in the third. Eagles up 28-7. Hurts in a shotgun set. Takes the snap. Hand off to Scott. Moves the pile forward and gets the first down before he's dumped at the 40.
On this one, on that particular play, Bob, there's a backside player. It might have been Xavier McKinney, who was too nice. He had the whole backside of Boston Scott. Just go in there and take the shot. Like, don't just stop.
Yeah, you're right. I just saw the replay.
And just run. If he stops, I mean, look, go and clean him out. That's how you stop the little guy from being the giant killer. You discourage him. You put bodies on him.
1st and 10. Giants have been very passive in their tackling tonight, and it started at the very beginning. A lot of shoulders in there. Hurts takes a shotgun snap, climbs the pocket, gets hit. Ball comes out. It's loose, but I think Hurts recovered it.
Let's see.
At the 47-yard line.
Good job by McKinney on that blitz.
Philadelphia football. Xavier McKinney came in on the blitz, hit Hurts. Ball came out, but it took a fortuitous bounce. And Hurts fell on it. Loss of 7 on the play. First sack of the game for the Giants with 3:30 to go in the third. 2nd and 16 at the Giant 47. Hurts in a shotgun set, empty set, as he calls out signals. He takes the snap, throws a wide receiver screen right, but it was a bad throw, and Devontae Smith had to make a sliding catch, and he loses a yard.
3rd and 18 here.
So now what you can't do is be too soft here and allow Philadelphia to get the ball to like the 33, because then they're going to just go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
The only failures on 3rd down for the Eagles were a 3rd and 13 and a 3rd and 10.
And the last 3rd down, Devontae Smith he dropped the ball as he's going out of bounds.
3rd and 17 at the Giants 47. Hurts brings Smith in motion off the right. Hurts back to throw. Lobs it over the middle. Devontae Smith makes the catch. He turns the corner and gets shouldered out of bounds at the 38-yard line. 7 yards short of the first down. And let's see what Philadelphia does. It looks like they're going to punt it. Nope. Yeah, they're going to punt it. Kern comes out. No sense taking a chance here if you're Nick Sirianni.
Good job. Now let's see if the Giants can go down and score again.
4th and 8. Giants can't jump. Now Philadelphia goes as if they're going to run a fake. They call out the signals. Blankenship barks out the signals. Now he comes under center. They're just trying to get the Giants to jump. He's working on a hard count. And the play clock is at 1.
Give him enough room to punt it. That's what he wants to do.
They'll take a delay game penalty.
Delay game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Now, would you decline it? They want the yards. Would you decline it and make the punt tougher?
It looks like the Giants did just that.
Well, the Giants do decline the penalty.
Oh, no. They're going to mark it off.
So that'll make it 4th and 13 at the Giants 43. With 1:35 to go in the third, Eagles up 28-0. James
28-7.
28-7, excuse me. James stands at the 8. Kern gets it away cleanly to the far sideline. Fair catch called for at the 7 by James. 36-yard punt, well executed. 1:19 to go in the third. Eagles 28, Giants 7 on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
When the team is on the road, the Giants Bar Network, presented by Modelo, has you covered. Visit NewYorkGiants.com/Bar Network to discover recommended venues near you where you can enjoy Modelo specials all season long and join fellow Giants fans to cheer on the team. Modelo is an official cerveza of fans with the fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. You must be 21 or older.
Fordham is a thriving university in the heart of New York City. Since 1841, Fordham has nurtured the intellectual excellence and care for the whole person that have distinguished Jesuit education around the world for 500 years. Our 9 colleges offer opportunities for research, internships, and service. Our graduates are global citizens ready to shape a more hope-filled world. Learn more at Fordham.edu. Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York.
When it comes to playing the game, every Giant has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. Copyright 2021, all rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit PSEG.com/Giants today.
Giants fans know big moments. This season, feed the moment with Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop, official supermarket of the New York Giants.
New Pavilion tankless water heaters. They deliver plenty of 97% efficient hot water, save you cash. And a local installer at PeerlessBoilers.com or PavilionTankless.com. Giants will start first and 10 at their own 7 with 1:19 to go in the third. Eagles up 28-7. 3 receivers to the near side left. Jones in a shotgun. Barkley to his right. Play fake. Jones is going to run it. Tries to turn the corner. Gets out to the 12 and gets chased out of bounds by Darius Slay. It's a gain of 5 on the play. Graham did enough, Carl, to not allow Jones to really get upfield and get going.
Yeah, but you take that 5 on first down.
2nd and 5 from the Giants' 12. Hodgins and James to the numbers left. Slayton split right. Jones in a shotgun with Barkley to his left. Jones takes the snap. quick release right. Slayton makes the catch, but Slay gobbles him up a yard short of the first down. Half yard short.
Half yard short.
And that's Darius Slayton's first catch of the game. So it's going to be 3rd and inches. Daniel Jones this season on 3rd and 4th and 1s, 8 for 8 when just keeping it. They come to the line, offset eye. Jones keeps it, nudges forward, and Jones gets actually 3 yards on the play, all the way out to the 19, and that'll be the final play of the third quarter. Eagles 28, Giants 7 on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
You trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Hear the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Introducing River Spring Residences, a newly built memory care community in Riverdale on the Hudson River. Backed by over 100 years of top-rated service as the Hebrew home at Riverdale, River Spring Living delivers progressive care with an unsurpassed reputation for quality. The Palisades Memory Care program at River Spring Residences is designed for maximum independence, dignity, and safety for those living with dementia. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn how River Spring Living can help you or your loved one. That's riverspringlivinggoblue.org.
Ignite your growth at Monmouth University. Launch your career with an exceptional academic foundation and embark on new adventures on our stunning coastal campus with the buzz and opportunity of New York and Philly about an hour away. Immerse yourself in the big school vibe of Division I athletics with the Monmouth Hawks, the most exciting newcomers in the Colonial Athletic Association. Imagine what college can do for you. Then imagine more. Bigger thinking, more inspired. You amplified. Learn more at monmouth.edu/amplified.
You, the one listening to this ad, what do you think you're doing? Cooking when you know you don't want to? Thinking about canceling taco night? Settling for leftovers again? Not on my watch. Just go for Grubhub. It is the easiest and the best decision you'll make all day. Plus, no dishes. It's what you deserve. Just go for it. Download the Grubhub app today.
At PSE&G, we continue to invest in major upgrades to our electric and gas systems, so you have safe, reliable energy, now and in the future.
Football is brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar, new and improved. Zero never tasted so good. And the Hackensack Meridian Health broadcast booth keeps getting better. Along with Carl Banks, Bob Hoffman, and Howard Cross. Start the fourth quarter. Eagles 28, Giants 7. Philadelphia led it 28-0 at the half. Giants had no answers on either side of the ball. Saquon Barkley, 39-yard run in the third quarter, helped set up the Giants' only touchdown of the game.
Well, I've been impressed with the last offensive drive and defensively for the Giants and getting off the field and scoring for the offense.
Can they make the game uncomfortable here in the early fourth? Jones from left to right on your radio in their all-white jerseys and pants takes the snap, play fake, back to throw, climbs the pocket, dumps it right flat to Barkley, jukes, runs over one man, runs over another man, fighting, and then Epps stands him up at the 39-yard line. So that's a gain of 20 for Barkley.
That's a good job by Daniel Jones. When he unloads the ball, he doesn't throw a grenade to Saquon. He gives him an opportunity to do something with it, and he gets 22 yards off of a 2-yard catch.
Yeah, he ran right over Gardner Johnson. 1st and 10 Giants from the 38. Officially, that was 19. Jones throws it in the left flat. James has got it on the run and grabbed around the ankles and dropped by T.J. Edwards after a gain of 8. Check in with Howard Cross.
Guys, what you're witnessing really quickly is that the Giants are coming out with fire, and the Eagles are just a little flat coming out in this third quarter.
Well, 2nd and 1. Jones back to throw. Jones rolls to his right, still under pressure, and then knocked out of bounds at the 42, so that'll be a sack and a loss of 5. No one was open.
Yeah, no one's open, but when that happens, Daniel Jones he can throw the ball away within 1 inch of the sideline once he's out of the pocket. He shouldn't have taken that loss. He should have just flipped it out of bounds as a pass.
Yeah, because it's a sack and loss of 5, so now it's 3rd and 5 for the Giants at their own 43. Jones takes the snap, back, fires one right for Slayton, incomplete.
They're going to stay on the field, it looks like.
And Carl, that's why that sack was huge.
Yeah,
and that was a mental error by Jones when he got flushed out.
Yep. Now they're going to punt it. Yeah, all he has to do is before he goes out of bounds, just throw it.
Yeah, you're out of the pocket.
And you've exhausted every option except for the one that allows you to throw it while you're out of the pocket.
Gillen, the punt, angles it to the far side. It's not a deep punt. Out of bounds inside the 20 at the 18-yard line, 40-yard punt. 13-12 to go in the game. Eagles 28, Giants 7 on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Okay, so you didn't get tickets to this year's Super Bowl, but what if you had tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row? Verizon's got you. Verizon's giving away 20 pairs of tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row. To enter for your chance to win, go to your local Verizon store now. And while you're there, check out Verizon's deals on the latest phones. Hurry, sweepstakes ends February 15th. Verizon, the network America relies on. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes starts 1/5/2023 and ends 2/15/2023. Must be legal U.S. resident, 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Sponsor, Verizon Corporate Services Group, Inc. For official rules and to enter online, visit VZ3yearsSB.com.
Giants fans, take your fandom to the next level with a season ticket membership. Memberships are a great way to stay connected to the club all year round, not just on game days. As a member, you will receive exclusive benefits like member-only events, game day experiences, preferred pricing, and discounts on Giants merchandise at the online team shop. New extended payment options are available for members. To learn more about a New York Giants season ticket membership and all of the member benefits, visit Giants.com/tickets. Limited inventory is available.
Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your
snobs, caboose, guts, ticker
to the test. Put your
ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, bacon, egg, and cheese
to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at QuestHealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants.
Leaving your keys or fob in your car is an open invitation to thieves. So remember to always take them with you. Here are some other tips. Park in well-lit areas. Don't leave your vehicle running while unattended. Close your windows. Hide your valuables. Lock your doors. Your stolen car may be used to commit other crimes. So remember, lock it or lose it. Brought to you by the New Jersey Office of the Insurance Fraud Prosecutor.
Meet Dunkin' Midnight, their darkest brew yet. Now $1 for rewards members who order ahead on the app. The Giants run on Dunkin'.
This is Andrew Thomas, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
Giants football is brought to you by your local Ford stores. For great deals on the full lineup, visit buyfordnow.com, Ford official vehicle of the Giants. 13-12 to go in the game. Eagles 28-7. And Carl, we talked about a bad sack by Jones. He's got to throw that ball away to create or give yourself an opportunity for 3rd and 2. Or 1.5.
Yeah.
Eagles start 1st and 10 at their own 18. Hurts in a low crouch. Hands off to Sanders. Big hole up the middle. Sanders spins off Lawrence and finally knocked down near the 30-yard line. It's a gain of 12. Adoree Jackson on the tackle.
Yeah, so you get a gain of 4 that turns into a gain of 12.
Well, listen, Carl,
you got to be able to make these tackles. I mean, this is Dexter. He comes off. Put some weight on him, man. Jeez.
Let's not forget one thing. Pistol formation with Sanders on a 1st and 10. Now he goes left of Hurts. Hurts will hand it off to Sanders, runs right, and dives ahead for 3. You know, you've talked about it all season long. The depth on the Giants' defensive line isn't great. Outside of Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence, I mean, losing some players that they lost this season hurt, and then the linebacker position on the inside is a weakness. Well, look at the two guys that are starting.
Davis has got a future as an inside linebacker in any defense.
But remember something, the Giants were 27th against the run this year. They gave up 144 yards a game. 2nd and 7 from the 33. Handoff, Scott bounces it to the outside, turns the corner, and near the first down. Let's see if he steps out short. He did at the 38.
Jihad Ward setting the edge, but then peeking inside, and the ball gets around him.
So 3rd and 2 for Boston Scott. He's got 5 carries for 30 yards. That's 6 a carry. Well below his career average against the 30 other teams in the NFL. But he remains in to the right of Hurts on a 3rd and 2 from the 38. Play fake. Hurts is going to run it to the right side. He went inside Thibodeau, and he dives ahead for the first down at the 42. Thibodeau had it read. Hurts outsmarted him.
Well, as the edge defender, you've got to be on the edge. So Thibodeau had to turn him back inside. But once again, you have defender being blocked by a wide receiver, and he won't get off. That was David McKinney again. You got to get off blocks. Don't stay blocked. I mean, he turns it back in so that you can make a tackle.
Between 2 and 4 yards, the Eagles are 4 for 4. Handoff for Scott. Slithers left and gets tackled at the 44-yard line by Jalen Smith. Gain of 2 as we check in with Howard Cross.
You know, Alabama played against K-State in the bowl game. K-State had a little back like Boston Scott. He looked good in the first quarter, I think, but after that, Alabama just started hitting him hard. Yeah. It changes the way he ran the ball totally.
Yeah, but it's an invitation to dance every time you see these receivers blocking the support guys. It's like, okay, well, I'll just waltz with you instead of getting off the block and making a tackle on the little guy.
Hurts back, throws it left. Brown makes the catch and then tackled immediately by Davis at the 49-yard line, and Brown a little slow to get up. Carl, Philadelphia was ranked this season 5th in rushing offense at 147 yards a game, and you know it, and Howard knows it especially. If you're a good running team, you have to have receivers and tight ends that are willing to be blockers, and we're seeing that tonight.
Yeah, but I don't see vicious blocks, Bob. I just see guys willing to stay blocked. I mean, that may be league-wide. I don't know. I'm just looking at the Giants, but, geez, there's no rule that says you got to stay blocked.
3rd and 3. Shotgun set. Hurts hands it off for Gainwell. Right up the middle he goes, inside the 40, and finally tackled at the Giant 35. It parted like the Red Sea up the middle. Gain of 16. They're now 5 for 5 on 3rd downs between 2 and 4 yards. I mean, they blew them all out, Carl.
Yeah, Ojulari, and you've got
Dexter's double team.
Yeah, Jalen Smith is unblocked, and he doesn't go over and fill the hole. He's literally unblocked.
8:30 to go in the game. Eagles up 28-7. Pistol formation. Hurts call signals, and now we get a whistle and a delayed game penalty.
Bob, I'm going to say it again. Your middle linebacker.
Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Unblocked.
First down.
Unblocked. All you have to do is go to the hole and make the tackle. There's no one there blocking him, and the running back runs through the hole. That's why they give up. What are they? 27th in rush defense?
Yeah.
That's why. Plays like that. Like those are invitations to just go, put the running back on his butt. You got to be able to take that. opportunity.
First and 15, handoff Gainwell.
Now he played it better on that one.
Inside the 40, and tackled after a gain of 3. Well, you know, the Giants last played the Eagles in a playoff game here in 2006. Philadelphia won it. But if you remember, in the fourth quarter and down the stretch, it was the Brian Westbrook show. Carl, they kept running the same play over and over. Eagles have 197 yards rushing tonight.
Yeah, your defense wears out.
Second and 12 at the Giant 37 with 7:39 to go in the game. Eagles up comfortably 28-7. Hurts on a play fake, going to take a deep shot downfield into the end zone, but he overthrows Brown. He had a half a step on Adoree Jackson, his former teammate with the Tennessee Titans.
I think Brown is still...
Remember, he got a little nicked up on...
Jared Davis hits him.
So it'll be 3rd and 12. The only third down stops the Giants have gotten have been in 9+. 3rd and 10, 3rd and 13, and a 3rd and 17.
They're giving them that bunch screen look. Let's see if they send somebody deep again.
Bunch formation to the right. They're going to just hand it off for Gainwell. Right up the middle he goes. Spins off tackles. And he's right near the first down marker. He fights and he gets it. That sums up this game.
That's just cool.
A 3rd and 12 draw goes for a first down.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is, look, I think Giants fans should be encouraged by what has transpired this season. But I think what you have to do, again, I'm looking at the replay here, and somebody tries to block tackle. Pinnock just tries to, don't hit the guy in his leg. But what the challenge now is for the Giants front office to get more talent.
As Gainwell runs through the Giants for 12 more.
All right, the Giants need to get more talent on defense, better depth on defense.
Gainwell has 5 carries for 51 yards.
I mean, because it's...
On this drive.
Wink Martindale has done what he could with what he had. You know, he's played to his strengths, but boy, you need to get better in a lot of areas.
First and 10 at the 13. Eagles 4 for 4 in the red zone, 4 touchdowns. Hurts, play fake, lobs it left for Smith, chased to the sideline and wrestled out of bounds by Xavier McKinney. There's a flag on the play.
He goes to a man downfield, offense number 65. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Isaac Sumalo called for the penalty. 5:52 to go in this. Eagles 28, Giants 7. It has been a thorough beating by the Eagles tonight.
And they should have that bitter taste, bitter feeling. So they made it. Now they know there's another level. You just can't walk in and expect the number 1 seed to give you your way. You've got to take it, and you're not good enough.
First and 15 at the 18. Handoff for Gainwell, and he dives ahead to the 15, gain of 3. And the Giants call a timeout with 5:32 to go in the game.
It's been a good year. I think the Giants are ahead of schedule. But being ahead of schedule means that you got to stay ahead of schedule. And that means you've got to get better players. And that's Joe Shane's job now. And he and this personnel grouping, because you've got the coaching, you've got guys ready and willing, some just not able. And you've got to get better players on the roster.
Timeout, 5:32 to go on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Hey, Giants fans, we're here to tell you about the new exciting way to show your fandom, rep your team, and follow all the action. We're talking about NFL All Day. With NFL All Day, all your favorite Giants highlights become digital video collectibles called Moments. Not only can you buy and sell them on a secure marketplace full of thousands of NFL fans, you can also use them to compete in epic game day challenges. Plus, your collection is at your fingertips at all times, ready for you to flex and prove you're the ultimate Giants fan. Check it out today and find moments from all your favorite Giants players on NFLAllDay.com.
Of course I know how to make Parmesan-crusted salmon. It'll be the best you've ever had. See you tonight.
You know you can't cook.
I know.
Even boiling water is a struggle for you.
I know.
What were you thinking?
I wasn't. What am I going to do?
Oh, honey, just go for Grubhub and tell him the truth.
You make it sound so easy.
Yeah, it is. The food will arrive before he does, and he'll be so impressed with your ordering skills that all will be forgiven.
I think you're onto something.
I am. Go for date night deliciousness. Go for Grubhub. Download the Grubhub app today.
River Spring Living is the leader in meeting the needs of older adults in the New York City area. River Spring Living provides an array of resources including housing, in-home care, rehabilitation, and memory care. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn more.
5:32 to go in the Giants season. Eagles 28, Giants 7. Philadelphia has a 2nd and 12 at the Giants 15-yard line. They've run for over 200 yards. All three backs have been effective, plus Hurts with his leg. Hurts calling signals in a shotgun. Gainwell to his left. Handoff Gainwell. Picks his way off the left side and then finally gets toppled at the 12, and the Giants will call a timeout.
You know, I would imagine if they're over 200 yards rushing, I would say nearly half of the yardage would come after the first contact. These guys have missed a ton of tackles, and these small backs are carrying big tacklers, and it's just something that, you know, they just got to be better at.
That's the Eli Manning Show presented by Panini Prison Trading Cards. Special guests, teammates, former teammates, family, pop culture icons airing on the Giants YouTube channel. Third and 9 at the 12. Remember, they ran a draw on a 3rd and 12 and picked it up.
Got 16.
Hurts in a shotgun, Gainwell to his left. Hurts takes the snap, rolls to his right, trying to get the edge. Now throws it out of the end zone, incomplete. So Philadelphia will send out the field goal unit with 5:20 to go in the ball game.
I think this team has the right attitude, the right mentality.
They need better players. I mean, listen, we talked about it. There's not a game that the Giants have played this season
where they were better talent.
Yeah, where you would trade, where the other team you were playing would trade one of their wide receivers for a Giant wide receiver. So that's one area that's going to have to get fixed. As Elliott's on for the field goal from 30, kick is on its way, and it is good. Inside the right upright. 5:16 to go. Eagles 31, Giants 7 on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants, and instead we make 35,000 decisions a day. But you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready, break. Learn more at citizensbank.com/YouGotThis.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and or data charges may apply.
Hey, this is Sean O'Hara, former New York Giant, and we are so excited to be partnering with Castrol Motor Oil all season long. The New York Giants know all about strength and performance, and so does Castrol. That's why Castrol and the Giants are teaming up again this year, bringing you strength on the field and out on the road. Just like the Giants, Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil is built for performance under pressure. Castrol is the strongest player in your garage and a proud sponsor of the New York Giants. Castrol Edge, it's your game plan for maximum performance.
Ignite your growth at Monmouth University. Launch your career with an exceptional academic foundation and embark on new adventures on our stunning coastal campus with the buzz and opportunity of New York and Philly about an hour away. Immerse yourself in the big school vibe of Division I athletics with the Monmouth Hawks, the most exciting newcomers in the Colonial Athletic Association. Imagine what college can do for you. Then imagine more. Bigger thinking, more inspired. You amplified. Learn more at monmouth.edu/amplified.
I'm Cindy Bigelow here with my good friend Phil Sims talking tea. Phil, we love having you part of the Bigelow team. We definitely consider you family. How long have we been working together?
Well, Cindy, I love being part of the team, and it's been 16 years, believe it or not. You know what it is? It's really nice to have a relationship with a company where you really believe in the product. And my favorite story is when I'm on a plane, pull my briefcase up and pull out some Bigelow tea, people look at me and go, "You really do drink Bigelow tea."
I love that.
Eli Manning and the Giants return Eli's Extras, presented by Rider University for a second season, now streaming on the Giants YouTube channel.
Back here in Philadelphia, 5:16 to go in the game. Eagles 31 and the Giants 7. Carl, the other area they've got to improve is the interior of their offensive line, center and the guards. I think Neal is going to get better. And like you said, depth on the defensive line and linebackers, legitimate playmaking linebackers on the inside are a must.
Yeah, and I mean, to think that they've made it to the second round of the playoffs, only, they're facing the elite of the elite in this league. So you know where you have to go if you want to compete, because they beat the second best team in the NFC, which is a Grand Canyon away in talent from what this Eagles team is.
Bridewell runs the kickoff out to the 24. 15 plays, 70 yards, highlighted by a draw play to Gainwell on a 3rd and 12 that picked up the first down and went for 16. We're in the Hackensack Meridian Health broadcast booth. Keep getting better. The Vikings were the number 3 seed.
Number 3 seed. Well,
I think you can make the case, though, Carl, that the 3 best teams in the NFC are the Eagles, Niners, and Cowboys.
Yeah.
One of those teams is...
But the Vikings had that record, but it just tells you you're dealing with a very elite team here. And if you have aspirations, you better be ready to go toe-for-toe with those guys.
Jones throws it in the right flat, high for Bellinger, incomplete.
Catchable to Bellinger, though.
Just watching Evan Neal on that play. He did a nice job on the pass blocking.
Yeah.
He was one-on-one with him.
Well, the fact that we haven't said his name much tells us that he's having a better game than he had the first one and the second one against Reddick. I don't think he was available in the first game. Second game against Reddick.
3 receivers right. Jones out of the gun. Takes the snap. Fires a deep ball left for James, who doesn't catch it at the 48-yard line on the run. He's gone for a touchdown if he catches it.
Okay. Kind of underscores what we're talking about.
Jones threw it. James was there. It looked like he mistimed his reach for the football. It was a blown coverage.
Hit him right in the hand. Right in the hand. What?
So that's kind of, with 5 minutes to go, sums up tonight. 3rd and 10. Jones takes the snap, back to throw, under pressure, rolls to his right, hit from behind, sack, ball is loose, and the Giants pounce on it at the 16-yard line. Walensky recovered the fumble.
Yeah, I want to see where that pressure came from. It came from the left side of the offensive line. 2 guys came out late. We're going to see there's Andrew Thomas is holding Sweat, and he runs the loop.
Yeah, that's just Sweat staying with the play, right?
Yeah, he runs the loop. That's not like a direct line to the quarterback, but...
So So 4th and 16, the Giants will go for it. Jones back to throw, fires it over the middle, completes it to Marcus Johnson for a first down at the first down marker with 4:09 to go.
Yeah, you go back and you just, in a game that's kind of been a runaway, when you try to get these opportunities, and you see a drop by James when he's wide open.
Kenny Golladay comes in the ball game. 1st and 10 from the Giant 34 with 3:56 to go. Jones under pressure, pumps again, and then is going to get knocked down at the 32 for a loss of 2. Brandon Graham gets the sack.
So, again, this is part of the maturation for Daniel Jones. If it ain't there, throw it out of bounds. You're out of the pocket. Just get rid of it. You don't have to take that sack. I mean, when you're exhausting every option, and you can see he's pump faking 3 times.
Jones under pressure, throws it right. Bellinger makes the catch, and he's knifed down in the open field at 35 with 3:19 to go. C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the tackle. And, Richie James has been a nice find for the Giants, and I mentioned he led the team in receptions this year with 57.
Bob, it is what it is.
Correct.
There's no sense in killing the kid. It is what it is.
Right.
He gives you what he can.
Jones throws one left and
nearly intercepted.
James not able to make the catch. So it'll set up 4th and 8.
Well, he prevented an interception is what James did on that one. Yeah, I mean we're talking about Richie James. He makes his share of plays. But I mean it is what it is. Like they have to upgrade.
4th and 8. Giants just hit a 4th and 9. Jones back, throws it over the middle, passes in and out of the hands of his intended receiver and nearly intercepted. Hodgins not able to reel it in. So the Giants turned it over on down. Jones threw a bullet. Hodgins had Slay on him, and he couldn't make the catch. I think it hit him right in the chest.
Yeah. Right in the chest. And they're putting all the congratulations on the scoreboard, and the Giants should be looking at that Jumbotron and getting more and more determined.
Gardner Minshew comes into the game for Philadelphia quarterback. We'll give you Hurts's final numbers in totality. He was absolutely awesome tonight. Minshew takes the snap, hands it off on the inside to Gainwell, and Gainwell picks up a couple to the Giant 34-yard line. Hurts 16 of 14, 154 yards, 2 touchdowns, ran for 1, and his final rushing numbers in this game, 9 for 34.
Yeah, he just did what he had to do. Everybody else did the work for him. The running game, once they discovered that, late second quarter, they just said, okay, we're just going to do this. These guys can't tackle.
So it'll be 2nd and 7 from the 33-yard line. Handoff for Gainwell up the middle, takes it to the 30, and then he's tackled by Ellis.
He's literally triple teaming whoever's at nose tackle now.
And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. It's brought to you by American-made Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. Philadelphia Eagles as the number 1 seed. The last time they were the number 1 seed was 2017, and all they did was go on to win Super Bowl 52.
Yep.
Let's check over on the Giants sideline with Howard Cross.
Guys, the offensive line is down there hugging each other, kind of patting each other on the back, saying, hey, look at what we got to do to get better.
Yep.
And kind of congratulating each other for the year they had. So I think that's pretty cool to just kind of stick together no matter what.
Yeah, and there's nothing to feel bad about. This team has exceeded expectations. They are ahead of schedule thanks to great coaching and effort by the players that are here.
And Philadelphia is going to get called for a false start on a 3rd and 4.
Start. Offense number 63. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
I know Giants fans are going to be upset about sort of a no-show performance tonight. But all in all, in the overall picture of things, you take a look at it, and no one expected the Giants to make it to the playoffs, let alone advance. And everybody knows that it's a flawed roster that had huge salary cap issues. Yep. Handoff for Gainwell, turns it around the left corner. Gainwell to the 20, to the 15, to the 5, push from behind and into the end zone. And that sums it up in a nutshell.
Yeah.
On a 3rd and 9, a 35-yard touchdown run.
And you know what that's called? That's called smushing your face in it. I mean, look, again, defensive backs are staying blocked. The edge defender can't get off of a block, and they were content running the clock out. And so here you are.
And he ran around the left side, bounced it out, and then the Giants were, let's just say, not hot to pursuit to the football, and the last guy that could tackle him pushed him from behind and gave him the momentum to get in the end zone.
Yeah, but you look at the blocking on the outside, and look, you credit Philadelphia for all these details. Their wide receivers block.
Elliott's extra point is good. Gainwell has 12 carries for 112 yards. This is a guy that had 240 during the season. He had a third of his rushing yards in this game. So guys stay on blocks, then they turn the corner. Nobody's really chasing. Then Julian Love tries to push him from behind, doesn't try to swipe at his feet or anything, and he's in the end zone.
But the fact that he gets to that level, guys can't get off blocks, man. Today,
38-7.
This is a 5-year build here in Philadelphia of good players, smart drafting, and player acquisition. The Giants are in year 1 of their rebuild. They're looking at what they should aspire to be in terms of talent and execution in the coming years.
Philadelphia with 268 yards of rushing in this game. And guess what? Gainwell, the first running back for the Eagles since Brian Westbrook in 2006 to go over 100 yards in a game. Brightwell's going to run it out a yard deep. Brightwell to the 20, to the 25, and tackled at the 27 with 1:45 to go in the ball game. The Eagles with 416 yards, the Giants 204.
So do they have 150? They don't even have 200 yards passing, do they?
No.
300 yards on the ground?
They have 146.
You give up nearly 300 yards on the ground?
268.
See, that's unacceptable. Got to be better.
1st and 10 Giants from their own 28-yard line with 1:45 to go in the season. Jones takes a shotgun snap, draw for Breida. Breida hit from behind and tackled at the 36. And the Giants will use their last timeout.
Bob, I know this is a passing league.
They don't use their last
timeout. And people put smaller defenders on the field. But if you're giving up, 278 yards rushing?
Draw for Breida.
You're basically 300 yards rushing. That can't be acceptable to play the sport. I mean, look, you can look at the passing numbers and say, well, Jalen Hurts only had 150 yards passing. He didn't need to. They're just running it all over you. You just can't play the game like that, and they've got to get better in that area.
3rd and 2. Jones back to pass. Throws it off to the right. James makes the catch and gets walloped at the 40-yard line. Boy, how's that not a blow to a defenseless receiver? He got hit right in the head. So 1st down with 36 seconds to go.
And then James gaps him up.
Jones takes the snap, throws the seam to Bellinger. He gets absolutely walloped at the Philadelphia 46-yard line. Incomplete.
Giants players, Giant fans, take note. This is what they do. They want to kill an ant with a sledgehammer. They're still banging you around right now. Game is over.
Bellinger's going to be escorted off the field with 17 seconds to go.
Yeah. You better savor this flavor because you don't want to taste it again.
And they're showing you what championship football looks like.
Requires charging the third and final timeout. New York is out of timeout.
So with 17 seconds to go, down 38-7. Giants are out of timeouts. Brightwell to the right of Jones. Jones calls out signals. Takes the snap. Draw play to Brightwell. Brightwell out to the 45. Across midfield and near the first down marker with 9 seconds to go. And that's how the game's going to end. Teams to the middle of the field for the handshake. And the Philadelphia Eagles, the number 1 seed in the NFC, will host the NFC Championship game next week against either the Cowboys or Niners. And Carl Banks, the Giants season comes to an end in disappointment. 38-7, but it's sort of the way they played that I think is the most frustrating part.
Yeah, and look, it's not like they weren't prepared. They just did not execute, Bob. And again, there's another level. You find out, the higher you go in the playoffs, the level of execution has to be at its all-time high. I mean, you just can't think you can walk out of Minnesota, which I didn't think they did. Walk out of Minnesota and say, okay, we're ready. But they just found out that the Eagles are playing at a different level. And this is where the Giants should aspire to be in their process of rebuilding.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, right? I mean, you take a look at it. In the first meeting, the Eagles jumped out to a 21-0 lead. They led 19-0 in the second meeting against the Giants. And they led 28-0 at the half. So, you do the math on that one. That's 68-0 in the 3 meetings, and that's why they swept the Giants. They were the better team.
Yeah,
plain and simple. We'll have all the post-game reaction in the final game of the season for the Giants as they lose in Philadelphia here in the divisional playoff round to the number 1 seed Eagles. The Eagles 38, the Giants 7 on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
For 40 years, McConnor & English has worked with the New York Giants, a valued client that recognizes our collective responsibility to pursue social justice. Like the Giants, the lawyers and staff of McConnor & English know that diversity of talent, thought, and background are key to a winning team strategy, and that we all win when the playing field is even. Learn more at McConnor.com/social justice project and join us in the fight for real change.
When it comes to playing the game, every Giant has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. Copyright 2021, all rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Just as our Giants fight for every inch on the field, we can all help fight hunger off the field. Together, the New York Giants and Campbell's Chunky Soup are taking on fighting food insecurity. For every regular season defensive sack by the Giants, Campbell's Chunky will donate 1,000 Campbell's products to a local Feeding America affiliate, up to 25,000 items. For more details, visit ChunkySacksHunger.com.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers is here to assist you with your vital heat and hot water needs. Find installers today at PeerlessBoilers.com. Remember, Peerless, America's best built boilers.
This is Daniel Jones, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN, and WFAN-FM, New York.
football was brought to you by Citizens, the official bank of the New York Giants. Citizens is made ready for Giants fans. Hackensack Meridian Health. Keep getting better. PSE&G, committed to providing safe, reliable energy now and in the future. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Your local Ford stores. Visit buyfordnow.com. Ford, official vehicle of the New York Giants. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn about River Spring Residences, a newly built memory care community in Riverdale. Stop and Shop, the official supermarket of the New York Giants. Verizon, the network America relies on and the official 5G network of the NFL. And by MetLife, the official insurance company of the New York Giants. You've been listening to the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants, and it said we make 35,000 decisions a day, but you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready? Great. Learn more at citizensbank.com/YouGotThis.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and or data charges may apply.
You trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Time for Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G. Now, here's Lance Meadow.
Pepsi Giants Extra Point is brought to you by Citizens, the official bank of the New York Giants. Citizens is made ready for Giants fans. Energy efficiency for game time and any time, brought to you by PSE&G. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn about River Spring Residences, a newly built memory care community in Riverdale. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. American-made Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. Hackensack Meridian Health. Keep getting better. And brought to you by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Giants. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you here as the Giants season comes to a halt after a lopsided loss to the Philadelphia Eagles in the divisional round, 38-7. As the Eagles absolutely dominated this game since the opening kickoff. Total yards, 416 to 227. Rushing, 268 to 118. They were 4 of 5 in the red zone compared to 1 for 1 for the Giants. And time of possession, over 11 minutes in favor of the Eagles. This game absolutely changed, Jonathan, right out of the gates because the Eagles took a 7-0 lead. The Giants got the ball. They took a sack on a 3rd and 3. They decided to keep their offense out there on 4th and 8. And another sack was a result, and it seemed as if the Giants essentially never recovered because it shortened the field. The Eagles scored a touchdown. They were in a 14-point hole and were unfortunately never able to gain rhythm and get themselves out of that sizable deficit in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, I think that was the change of point in the game, and it was so early in the game, Lance. But let me just congratulate the New York Football Giants for their overachieving success that they had this year. No one gave them any credit at the beginning of the year. No one thought they were going to do anything, let alone play in a divisional round after the first playoff win since 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And it's been a long time, Lance, and the Giants, look, it's a tough loss tonight. I don't think they should hold their heads down. Yes, tonight's it's going to be a rough night. It's going to be a long ride up the turnpike, up I-95 to get back home. But look, they should be proud of themselves. You know, it was a really good year for them. A lot of guys played a lot of good football for the New York Giants. I think Daniel Jones kind of cemented his spot as the future quarterback for the New York Giants. And, you know, it's just definitely a tough loss, but this is the number one team in the NFL, if not in the NFC, if not the NFL, and talk about the Philadelphia Eagles, by far the most talented team. And that's what you saw today. You saw the better team, the most talented team, win a game today. That's what you saw.
So the Eagles now have won 10 in a row against the Giants in Philly. The last Giants win in the city of brotherly love was Week 8, 2013. That was October 27th, a 15-7 victory. You got to go back to many different quarterbacks and different head coaches that were on the sidelines at that point. And the Eagles have also won the last 3 postseason meetings against the Giants, 2006 wild card, 2008 divisional round, and now the 2022 divisional round. We have a lot more to cover. We're going to hear from head coach Brian Daboll, get some player reaction as well, as that was tonight's game breakdown. It was brought to you by your local Ford stores. Visit buyfordnow.com. Ford, the official vehicle of the New York Giants. Final score at Lincoln Financial Field, 38-7. Eagles top the Giants as the Eagles advance to the NFC Championship game. They await the winner of the Niners and Cowboys in the Bay Area on Sunday. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
Only one of you will win my throne made out of bones.
The throne of bones will be mine.
Nay, my niece, the bones are mine alone.
Wait, why can't we just multiply the throne of bones? That's what the New York Lottery does with a new cash multiplier. You have the chance to multiply your winnings up to 50 times. Prizes up to $3 million.
That's a lot of bones.
Play the Cash Multiplier series of scratch-off games from the New York Lottery for a chance to multiply your winnings dramatically. Please play responsibly. Must be 18+.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow with you. Eagles beat the Giants 38-7. Let's listen into head coach Brian Daboll.
All facets. So it wasn't one thing in particular. It was, a team game and just didn't get it done. So congratulations to Philly. They get to move on, and unfortunately we don't.
When a team like that gets a jump, how hard is it to stop that momentum like that?
I'd say anytime teams get a jump like that, it's always, having a lead at halftime is a pretty high percentage of having a chance to win. Really it wasn't, we couldn't get anything going offensively. Couldn't stop them on third downs in the red zone, running the ball. It was a collective effort in terms of not being able to get it done. So that starts with me, and I appreciate our team. I told those guys I appreciate their effort the entire year, their work ethic, the people in the organization. But Philly deserved to win that game, so it's a crash landing in the playoffs. Losses hurt. These losses hurt even more.
Do you take away from what you did this season at all for you that it ended like
Yeah, Jordan, I don't probably not there yet. It's the immediate aftermath of, getting beat soundly. I feel for those guys, but we didn't get it done.
Do you believe the future here is riding like I think it's really broad?
Yeah, probably a little bit too early. Look, I'm proud of the guys, the way we competed. I'm proud of the coaches, the staff members. To really only do this for one reason at this level, and it's it hurts when you lose.
Right, it seemed like you wanted to be aggressive tonight. I mean, it started early with going forward.
With that 4th and 8 or 4th and 7 where we were, I knew what the line was for our kicker. It was past that, so I felt good about the play that we had worked on throughout the week. We practiced a fair amount of 4th downs, and just didn't get it done.
What about the punt in the 4th quarter? You down 21.
The one that was. They hadn't scored it yet in that half. I'm counting on the defense maybe just from so backed up to maybe get a 3 and out. Then they had a long drive. Probably could have went for it. Really weren't executing well enough to either. So, that's what we did.
How different was Jalen from this game from the last time you saw him?
Well, Jalen's a good football player. That's why he's in the MVP race. So, they did everything well. 10 of 14 on third down, 4 or 5 in the red zone. 270 yards, controlled the game, 6.1 yard average. They played good offensive football.
Can you kind of put towards just their pass rush? You guys some problems throughout the day.
Yeah, I think as the game goes on, that they're a good pass rush team as it is, and then how the game was going, I think that aids in it too. But that's why they were a couple sacks away from the record. They got a really explosive team, offense, defense, kicking game. They're a good football team. They deserve to move on.
Why did they have so much success? Really, both times that they answered the first meeting and this time running football.
They're a good team. They have good schemes. They have good players, and they did a better job of executing their stuff. I think Wink was dialing up a bunch of different things, and they had it rolling tonight. Give them credit.
What do you think about Daniel Jones' performance?
They competed. Just look. We all didn't do a good enough job. That starts with me. Daniel's a competitor. Again, the game. It really was. They controlled the game the entire game.
Right. What do you tell these guys post game?
Yeah, told them to keep their heads up. They competed hard. It's a crash landing in the playoffs. Anytime you lose, it hurts because of the amount of effort and energy you put into it each week. And when you lose this time of year, it hurts even more. You worked extremely hard to get to this point. You're blessed to get to this point. It's hard to do, and give Philly credit. They did everything better than we did tonight.
I know you still want to take a step back before you really evaluate the big picture of this, but you've been in this league for a while. You've been a coach for a while. How valuable is experience that you guys have this year for younger players?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is playing well. I think there'll be a time for more reflecting and things like that, but the most important thing is playing well and, again, give Philly credit.
How long does it usually take you to digest the end of the season here like this?
A while. Yeah, a while. I don't know. I'd say a bit. You'll have we'll have meetings tomorrow and exit meetings and things like that, and go through things. And it's a long off season. There's a lot of stuff to do. Right now, I'm just, when you lose at this time of year, it's, it sucks.
I realize you're just coming off the field, but do you appreciate the strides that Daniel made this year? Did he even surprise you a little bit by how much he improved?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I'd say, Daniel's been a consistent guy since he's been here. I told all the guys I appreciate what they've done, the commitment they've given to their teammates, to the coaches, to the organization, and there's no easy way to say it. It's a tough pill to swallow right now.
Do you think Daniel will be the quarterback for the next Giants game?
Yeah, all these conversations, we're going to have those. We got a long off season, and there's a time and a place to have all those conversations. Tonight's not it.
How much do you think tonight's game was decided in the second?
Well, I'd say it's decided all the way around. There's, we got beat soundly. We got out-coached. We got outplayed. That all starts with me.
Is this loss here almost set measuring stick moving forward, that this is the gap you guys have to close?
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for that, too. I'm just, I really don't have a whole lot to add. I understand you guys' questions and stuff. I'm just, taking this one in, and, unfortunately, we didn't get it done.
Another adjective question for you. How would you describe how you're feeling right now? I'm just curious.
How am I feeling?
Yeah, you're trying. It seems like you're trying to process it, but I'm wondering if you're or you're just kind of shocked. How would you describe how you're feeling?
Disappointed. Wish we could have done a better job. Wish I could have done a better job. I feel like crap. It's as honest as you can be. You work extremely hard to get to this spot. You do not take it for granted. This is a hard place to get to, this division round, and to move forward. And just, I feel more for the players and the coaches because we put everything we had into it, and we didn't get it done.
That first drive that you had after they scored the opening time.
Yeah. Yep.
How much did you struggle with punt or go for it?
No, I didn't struggle with it. That was wanted to be fairly aggressive. Where we were at we were too far out to kick a field goal, and I liked the play that Kafka was going to call, and went for it.
Right before that, there was a sack.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of get a field goal range, I guess, in your mind?
Yeah, the line for us tonight was the 35. That was where our line was. So anything after that, now you got to make fourth down decisions, decide what you want to do. We knew that, after warm-ups. So that's where it was tonight. Got to have it. Let's maybe add a couple more to that, but that's where we started with.
Take a couple more.
Do you feel like the team, does the lead that you sense in there reflect what you're feeling?
Yeah, we're disappointed. We do this for one reason, is try to win, and we didn't get it done.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. Appreciate you guys all year. You guys do a good job, and sorry we can't meet next week.
All right, so that is Giants head coach Brian Daboll reflecting on his team's season coming to an end as they fall to the Eagles 38-7 at Lincoln Financial Field. We will step aside. Coming up, we're going to get some player reaction, make sense of how this game unraveled specifically in the first half, and as Brian Daboll alluded to, a lot of big decisions that the Giants are going to have to make this offseason with respect to keeping certain players in place or obviously trying to bolster specific spots on the roster. We'll get into that and more as we move forward here on Pepsi Giants Extra Point.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
Hey, Giant fans, your G-Men delivered on the field this year for a great 2022 season, and ASAP wants to deliver to you. ASAP is the newest Deliver Anything app right here in the tri-state area. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. Use code GIANTS22 to score $5 off your next order with ASAP. That's promo code GIANTS22 to get $5 off your order. Kick off the postseason and New Year by getting what you crave most delivered to your door. ASAP.com is the official mobile ordering partner of the New York Giants.
When it comes to playing the game, every Giant has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., copyright 2021, all rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When the team is on the road, the Giants Bar Network, presented by Modelo, has you covered. Visit NewYorkGiants.com/Bar Network to discover recommended venues near you where you can enjoy Modelo specials all season long and join fellow Giants fans to cheer on the team. Modelo is an official cerveza of fans with the fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. You must be 21 or older.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your snot, caboose, guts, ticker to the test. Put your ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, bacon, egg, and cheese to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at QuestHealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants.
Are you ready for a brand new sleigh? Not that one. This one. The Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event is here, bringing the best offers of the year. Get a capable SUV like the Ford Explorer, Edge, or Bronco Sport, or the legendary F-150 truck. Inventory is in stock and more is arriving daily. So head to your local Ford stores today and let Ford help you slay that ride. For current offers, visit buyfordnow.com.
This is Saquon Barkley, and you're listening to Giants Football on the Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
Giants down 28-0 with 11:16 to go in the third. Three receivers near side left. Jones in a shotgun. Barkley to his right. They give it for Saquon. Up the middle he goes. Saquon out to the 30. Saquon to the 40. Across midfield. Grabbed from behind and tackled at the Philadelphia 40-yard line. A touchdown-saving tackle. A 50-yard run for Barkley.
And that brings us to the player of the game, brought to you by the members and contractors of Local 825 Operating Engineers, ELEC 825, building our future. Saquon Barkley with 82 scrimmage yards in this game, highlighted by 61 on the ground. And the play you just heard was the longest play from scrimmage for the Giants in their 38-7 loss to the Eagles in the divisional round. As we welcome you back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point, Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you. As the Giants season ends in disappointment, they get swept in the regular season by the Eagles and then lose again to them in the postseason. And we were talking a little bit earlier here on the postgame show, Jonathan, about that turning point, the 4th and 8, and we heard Brian Dable address it. He said that the line was the 35-yard line in terms of field goals. So when they realized that wasn't an option, he felt okay keeping his offense out on the field. They ran a number of fourth down plays during the week in practice. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. And it's not just that, it's then what the Eagles follow up and do after that. They go on an 8-play, 52-yard drive to make it 14-0. Then you get the interception. The Eagles go 3 and out, but every time it seemed as if, Jonathan, in the early stages of this game, the Giants had any hope or any opportunity to gain some momentum or traction, a negative play or a mishap essentially came into play, because we talked about the 4th and 8. Then James Bradbury jumps the route to pick off Daniel Jones. And then on the next drive, I'll say this is turning point 2. 3rd and 4 at the Giants 15. Jones connects with Isaiah Hodgins at the first down marker. Bradbury tackles Hodgins. He bobbles the ball. And in the process of him recovering the football, winds up losing yardage to prevent him from converting the first down, and they have to punt the ball. So, I mean, that's another negative type of play as a result of what the Philadelphia defense dictated.
Yeah, this game was over early, Lance. You know, we was talking about it, and I don't ever want to count a team out, but the way the Giants are designed offensively, not really designed for them to come back, and then the way the Eagles are designed defensively is like, If you want to sit back and drop back against these premier pass rushers that they have all over the field, good luck with that. And that's exactly what happened today. The Giants were down early, and this is the thing that I knew. I'm a very optimistic person when it comes to the New York Giants. Of course, I have bias. I played here. You know, I played here for 3 years. I was the captain. I finished my career here. You could have
fooled me.
You know, and I'm still part of the Giants organization. I do a lot of community work for them, so I want them to win. I feel like, you know, I was trying to manifest it, Lance. If I was doing it by myself, I'm okay with that. And this is the more talented team won today, and that's what happens sometimes. You know, when it comes down to games, right, it's not about who's the better team, it's who plays the best. That's what matters. So now, not only do you have that against you, that you're not a better team than them, you don't play good. And I'm talking about the New York Giants. The Giants did not play well enough today to beat any team, let alone the best team in the league. You know, and that's what you saw today. You saw a team that was an overachieving team in the New York Giants who, you know, struggled at wide receiver throughout the year, and you saw that happen today. You know, Richie James, I think, had a solid year, but the drops were a problem for him in the year, and you saw that surface today. Protecting the quarterback. Look, it was times that Daniel Jones, you know, was kind of running for his life throughout this game today, you know, and that doesn't take away anything from him and what he's done this year. I think he's had a tremendous year, but this is a very talented team. I think that 4th down play was kind of like the turning point early, and then the next following drives was just kind of digging them in a deeper hole, and it was just too much to get out of. You know, you can't dig yourself in a hole like this against anyone, let alone the Philadelphia Eagles, who I think is by far the most talented team in the league.
Well, I think it's the perfect example of, in the National Football League, we always throw out the cliche, it's a week-to-week league. Well, because it's all matchup-based, and you can have success against Minnesota one week, Philadelphia's cut from a very different cloth, and I want to get more into why there was such a differential in the performance. But Julian Love, he and the defense had a rough go because they were put in some tough spots. Let's listen into what he has been telling the media.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, anytime you put your heart out there, you give it your all, and fall short, it hurts. Especially, you know, this team and our story this year is definitely, you know, losing's tough, and it's a very unfortunate way to end the season.
Their offense got going early. How tough was it for them to kind of stop that momentum?
Yeah, I think all year long they were a team that was really good at starting fast. we had to do the same, and we didn't today. And, third down, red zone, across the board in the areas that it takes to succeed, in football, we didn't do that well early. And so, score early, showed because of those few situational moments.
Jeremy, as far as you came this year, just a reminder of how far you still have to go to really get you better.
I think, every year there's one goal for each team, and that's to win a Super Bowl. And no matter where you are, one team gets the satisfaction of reaching their goal. And so, it's tough. I don't believe in moral victories. People can say, "Oh, you made it far." People didn't expect much of you. Well, we expected a lot of ourselves this year, and we just fell short. In a critical game today.
Anytime you got a team coming off the bye, you expect little wrinkles here and there. Did they show you stuff early that maybe was a little unexpected or different?
They showed us a couple things, but they stay true to their game plan. They have succeeded all year long because of what they do well, and they did it today. They ran the ball way too well on us today, and it killed us.
What kind of growth did you see in Daniel this year, and how close do you think he is to being an elite quarterback?
Yeah, Daniel has all the tools of the trade. He has the arm, he has the capability, he has the leadership, the effort, the hard work that it takes to be an elite quarterback. I think he won a lot of games for us this year. As much as I don't believe in wins and losses as a quarterback stat, he did his thing for us this year. And as this team continues to build for the future, just try to get more people around him just to help him succeed. I think he took a huge step this year. And I think Giants fans have to be proud of just all he accomplished this year.
Any more? What can you say about just the coaching staff and the way they were able to come in this season and, take you guys up to a different level from what you're just competing at the last few years?
Yeah, I think Dave's did a great job all year of, instilling energy in the building, letting people be themselves, let personalities show through people's play. He let coaches coach, he let players play, and that is always a good culture you want to build. The foundation of what he taught us was, have juice, have energy. Each game, win or loss, not focus on the result, focus on the process of it, and that has carried us well all season long. And then for me, Wink Martindale was a huge addition that I really appreciated in my game. He was able to unlock some things for me that I really was able to benefit from, and so I can't say enough about the coaching staff. T-Mac, our ST coach, he's been one of the best coaches I've had the past 4 years here, and so I'm just grateful. I'm grateful for this moment to be with this staff.
Do you think this was the kind of game you'll take in the offseason as a measuring stick or motivation?
Yeah, Eagles were the top team all year long, and so we know what we have to achieve still. We know what we need to correct and what to improve on. This team needs to improve on, and all people that are in charge of doing those things will do so. I have no doubt in my mind that they'll make the right calls just to keep raising the playing field. And a lot of young, talented players on this team, and that just has to keep growing.
Just to follow on that, the Eagles 3 games have obviously established a gap between them and you guys. Do you think you can close that gap in 1 year, or is that too much to ask?
For sure, we definitely can. A off season is a lot of stuff happens. Each season doesn't necessarily build off the previous season, and so it's going to be a fresh start next year. That's a good team. They have a lot of talented on the roster, top down. But next year, we can't speak for that right now. It's a whole new story.
I was talking to you guys this week. You said you were expecting the full Jalen Hurts, no limitations. They hit that long pass in the second play of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Does that change anything about your approach, or did it them showing that, hey, you can throw the ball down the field today?
No, I didn't think I don't think we went into it thinking that he had any limitations on himself. He was ready to go. He had a week to prepare, a week to get his body right. And so, that was just a good play they made. Yeah.
So that is Julian Love speaking with reporters after the Giants fall to the Eagles 38-7. The last question that he was asked about, did the Giants' defensive philosophy change because Jalen Hurts hit Devontae Smith for a 40-yard reception on 2nd and 8 for the Philly 27. That was the second play on their first possession, and if anybody had questions about his arm strength with the shoulder sprain bothering him, he definitely answered that, and then a little bit later on in the drive, he scrambled for 6 yards prior to the touchdown pass to Dallas Goedert. But, Jonathan, I want to head back to something we talked about right before we went to Julian Love, and I was talking about the biggest difference in the performance against the Vikings versus the Eagles. Well, you were going up against a stronger offensive line that Philadelphia presented and a very fearsome defensive front. And if you put together the script of what you can't do against Philadelphia, you can't get down early to them, right? Because then you're going to become more of a pass-happy team. And here's the thing. Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles, Jonathan, he doesn't blitz. Mm-hmm. He's more than confident, right, that his front four will get home. So if you have to play from behind by 2 scores and they know you're going to throw, there's not going to be a lot of passing lanes down the field because they're going to have more guys on coverage than they're going to have coming towards the quarterback.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Exactly.
You know, the Giants just basically walked themselves down a dark alleyway by themselves and got trapped there by the Eagles boogeyman, you know. And look, this team, the Giants, 3 games against the Philadelphia Eagles, they gave up 656 rushing yards in 3 games. I'm sorry, Lance, I don't care who you play 3 times, you're not beating them. You know, they always say it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row, but if you rush for 656 rushing yards, you're probably going to win all 3 of those games, just like the Philadelphia Eagles did, you know. And the Giants have to, you know, look, we all knew the Giants have to get better in certain areas. You know, they overachieved this year, you know. And look, I always thought that Saquon should get the ball a little bit more. I don't like how Saquon only got 9 carries. I don't like how he got 9 carries last game either. You know, I don't know, you know, what they need to do. I don't know if that's something that's like, you know, forewarning us for the future and Saquon Barkley's not going to be here in the future. I don't really know what that is, but, you know, they give the ball to the other running backs, you know, and I'm just like, why not give Saquon the ball a little bit more? You know, why only give him less than 10 carries, you know, in a losing effort? And then last week also in a winning effort, only give him a certain amount of carries. I don't know, Lance. You know, there's a lot of questions that we have now, you know, especially after a loss like this. Everything's good when you're winning, and now that the loss happens and the season's over, the questions will start arising, you know. And I think my main question is, Lance, what do they do with D. Jones and Saquon Barkley for this offseason? And I think that's probably the question that a lot of people got to ask. 100%.
And we're going to explore that as we move along here on Pepsi Giants Extra Point. But I think the low numbers for Barkley is more a product of game flow and just not having a lot of at-bats over the course of this game than necessarily them trying to take him out of the game plan. And we'll get more into that as well as we move forward here. Giants fall to the Eagles 38-7 as Philadelphia dominated from start to finish. We'll get more player reaction as we move along. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
PSE&G is delivering award-winning customer satisfaction to its 2.3 million customers. J.D. Power has named PSE&G number 1 in customer satisfaction with both residential electric and natural gas service in the East among large utilities. On behalf of all of our employees who work hard every day, we thank you, our customers, for rating us as a top utilities provider. At PSE&G, we aim to win every day. For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
You trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance. All without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit PSEG.com/Giants today.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. He's Jonathan Casillas. I'm Lance Meadow. Eagles cruising past the Giants 38-7 to end the Giants season as the Eagles punch their ticket to the NFC Championship game. Big Blue Kickoff Live is the Giants daily call-in show on Giants.com every weekday at 12:30 p.m. All part of the Giants Podcast Network. The archives can be found on the Giants mobile app or subscribe on all popular podcast platforms. Right before we stepped aside, we were talking about the Giants' run game. Let's run you through those numbers. Giants Power Report brought to you by PSE&G, committed to providing safe, reliable energy now and in the future. They ran 20 times for 118 yards. That was their lone touchdown. Matt Breida, he got in off a wildcat play in which Saquon Barkley faked as if he was going to hold on to the football and then gave it to Breida, who had 4 for 23 yards. Barkley 9 for 61 and Daniel Jones 6 for 24. And you were talking about Saquon Barkley only getting 9 touches, and there's been a noticeable differential, Jonathan, if you look at the first half of the season, Saquon's workload versus the second half of the season. Now, part of that is sometimes you had games where Daniel Jones emerged as the runner, which is probably the best example being last week against the Vikings. Hey, if Daniel was going to be effective, they were going to allow him to do his thing. Today, though, I think, once again, it was just more of a product of, you go back to those early drives, you turned it over on downs, then you had a 2-play possession, picked off, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. I mean, that's the duration of the first half, and you're down 28-0, and the second half doesn't allow you to have the luxury to run the football, given you're down by 4 touchdowns. So I would point to that, I think, adding up as to why Saquon wasn't a huge focal point, as well as the entire rushing attack overall.
Yeah, I agree with that. Look, I'm just a little disappointed. I'm trying to find something, you know what I'm saying here, Lance, you know, and I thought the Giants would just do a little
I'm
bit.
just simply making it challenging for you. You're searching for something, and I want you to work a little bit harder, that's all.
No, I hear you, man. But there's a lot of reasons, you know, why this happened tonight. You know, I think number one, you got to look at talent, you know, from both the Philadelphia Eagles and then the New York Giants. And then efficiency. You know, the Giants just weren't efficient today. They didn't convert on third downs. They were 5 of 13. The Eagles were 10 of 14. You know, and when you're on a team and you got you're on the road, you're traveling against a real talented team, you have to be efficient. You have to be efficient on first and second down, and that will definitely help you out on third down. And that's just not what they've done today. You know, and then the early turnovers, that kind of sucks the momentum out of the team. That kind of sucks the life out of the team. And I think you saw that later in the games when there was like guys just staying on blocks. And, you know, we're listening to the radio broadcast over here with Bob Popper and Carl Banks saying there's no reason not to get off blocks. They don't tell you to stay on blocks. You know, you should get off blocks. And I think that was because some guys were down and the momentum was out. And we talked about momentum throughout the season and who had the momentum going into this game. The Eagles with the lackluster performance in Week 18 against the Giants, and then the bye week. The Giants kind of had the momentum of the Vikings game. There's momentum in the game, too. And once the Eagles got the momentum, they never let it go. And you saw that from how the defense played, how the defense tackled throughout the game, how you saw basically Goddard throwing the defensive backs throughout the entire game today. You know, and I don't know if that's all skill there. I think that's a lot of will and heart that goes into there. And look, the Philadelphia Eagles are more talented, but they also had a lot more heart today than the Giants.
Well, I think that's a great point. You're talking about wide receivers, tight ends helping in the rushing attack, and you have to have the desire to do that. Because a lot of those players you were referencing, like Dallas Goedert, he understands, hey, I'm a focal point to the passing attack, but he still gets down and dirty in the trenches and is the lead blocker. And that play that you were talking about, Adoree Jackson is completely pushed out of the play by Dallas Goedert, and all of a sudden, I think it was Kenneth Gainwell who gained some extra traction as a result of the tight end. We're not talking about an offensive lineman, Jonathan, getting to the second level. We're talking about a tight end, and Devontae Smith was involved as a blocker. When you do that as a team, that's why it's no surprise the Eagles have been able to execute at the level that we saw today, as well as most games, because they have guys that have the desire to help out other skilled position players, and you take a 3-yard run and you make it a 6-yard run, and that's the difference between maybe continuing a drive and ultimately scoring a touchdown.
The Eagles were a team I feared from the beginning of the year, watching them play, because the Giants didn't play them till Week 13, was it? Week 14. So it wasn't until later in the season, and I watched them play week in and week out, the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm like, man, this is a scary team. Not just because what their skilled players are, but what they're capable of doing. And it's not just catching passes with Smith and A.J. Brown, but also the blocking downfield like you alluded to. All of these running backs, they got 3 running backs that beat the Giants this year. 3 different running backs that beat the Giants. It was Gainwell today. It was Sanders in the first game, and it was Boston in the second game. You know, they had 3 different running backs that beat the Giants in 3 different games this year. And then Jalen Hurts was Jalen Hurts in this game. You know, he didn't have a lot of passing attempts. He didn't have a lot of yards, but he was very efficient in what he was doing. No turnovers. and he led them down the field, and he orchestrated this beautiful game that they put together, and they delivered it in the Giants' lap. And like I said, it's going to be a long ride back up here to MetLife Stadium for the New York Giants.
They played bully ball. That's the best way to describe what Philadelphia did. All three of those running backs that you mentioned averaged over 5 yards per carry. And it was Hurts, Scott, and Gainwell that found the end zone. Gainwell over 100 yards. You referenced Miles Sanders in the first game. He had $144. So this is just the track record of the Philadelphia Eagles. I brought up Adoree Jackson, who was tested in run blocking as well as the few pass attempts that we saw in this game. Remember, Philly wasn't put in a position where they had to air it out. Let's listen into what Adoree told reporters after the game.
We're going to listen at the locker of Adoree Jackson.
Too. But, they got us on some plays. We got them on some. But on that play, that was a good play and a good play by him.
What do you think the most important thing is? Because the 2 games that were all starters played were 2 lopsided games. How do you feel like you can close that gap between now and next December?
Resting, getting our minds away from football, and going to work. That's the only 3 things you can do, and get ready for next season.
You've been through playoff losses before. When you come back the next season, do you remember them?
You understand. I think the remembering goes to the work that you put into the off season. Then once the season starts, a new season. So you don't hold on to the past. You just remember those feelings, but you use that to get yourself ready to go. Do workouts, whatever you do through the off season to get ready for the season.
Given how much roster turnover there is in the NFL, Adoree, how much can you build on what you do this season and it helps carry over into next, or do you guys almost start from scratch when you come back?
It's a little bit of both. You build on it, but you still always have to start from scratch because nothing is given. I would say in this league and in this life. So you understand where you've been and how far you came, but at the same time, it's a lot of work to put in. And once the Super Bowl is over, everybody starts at the same spot, regardless. And just go to work, put your head down, and go to work from there.
Finally, what did you and this group learn about yourselves over the course of this year through the good, the bad, and everything else?
We always knew we had, we fought. We always knew that we played hard. I think what we learned about was, appreciating each other, enjoying the process, enjoying the moment, and not taking anything for granted. And I would say we harped on that a lot, not taking anything for granted and being in the moment.
Thanks, Adoree.
And the player press conferences are brought to you by MetLife, the official insurance company of the New York Giants. Adoree Jackson missing the final 7 regular season games due to that knee injury he suffered against the Lions. Did return for the Vikings game, played a key role in helping slow down Justin Jefferson, but the Eagles presented a far different challenge at Lincoln Financial Field as they pounded the football. They were able to wear down the Giants' defense. It added up to a 38-7 victory over New York. We have plenty more to unravel. We're going to hear from some other players, including Saquon Barkley, get his perspective on the season finale for the Giants. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
The NFL playoffs are in full swing. Make your bets now with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the New York Giants. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KICK. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code KICK. Must be 21 and older and physically present in New York. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Bonus issued as free bets. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Okay, so you didn't get tickets to this year's Super Bowl, but what if you had tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row? Verizon's got you. Verizon's giving away 20 pairs of tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row. To enter for your chance to win, go to your local Verizon store now. And while you're there, check out Verizon's deals on the latest phones. Hurry, sweepstakes ends February 15th. Verizon, the network America relies on. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes starts 1/5/2023 and ends 2/15/2023. Must be legal U.S. resident, 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Sponsor, Verizon Corporate Services Group, Inc. For official rules and to enter online, visit VZ3yearsSB.com.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best zero sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants, and instead, we make 35,000 decisions a day. But you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready? Great. Learn more at citizensbank.com/YouGotThis.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and or data charges may apply.
Giants fans know big moments. This season, feed the moment with Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop, official supermarket of the New York Giants.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers has the best, most efficient products for your vital heat and hot water needs. Peerless builds America's best boilers and now has Pavilion tankless water heaters to give you the highest efficiency and save you loads of money on your utility bill all year round. Learn more about Peerless Boilers, Pavilion tankless water heaters, and find a local installer today by visiting peerlessboilers.com or paviliontankless.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
Imagine yourself doing remarkable things on the historic Harlem campus of the City College of New York. Home to hundreds of leaders and named a 2022 Hispanic Serving Institution, a green college, and a top school globally, CCNY is a perfect place to make your dream your reality. Stop by one of our many events, visit the campus in person, or explore CCNY online. Your place in history is waiting. Explore CCNY. Proud partner of the New York Giants, visit ccny.cuny.edu to learn more.
This is Matt Breida, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN and WFAN FM, New York.
First and goal at the 8, pistol formation with Jones and Barkley. Now Jones motions out to the right, snap goes to Barkley, hands it off left for Breida to the 5 and in for the touchdown. Saquon went wildcat, faked me out, and Matt Breida runs it in from 8 yards out, and the Giants are finally on the board with 6:15 to go here in the third.
That is tonight's scoring drive of the game, brought to you by Citizens, the official bank of the New York Giants. Citizens made ready for Giants fans, as that is the only choice we have, given the Giants only found the end zone once in their 38-7 loss to the Eagles. It capped a 10-play, 88-yard drive that took off 6 minutes from the clock. It made it a 28-7 game, and the Eagles would score the final 10 of the contest. As we welcome you back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point, Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you. We have heard from head coach Brian Daboll as well as Dory Jackson and Julian Love. Speaking of the rushing attack, we just heard Matt Breida cash it in for a score. Well, Saquon Barkley was the one that ran the Wildcat on that play. He led the rushing attack with 9 carries for 61 yards. Let's listen into what Saquon had to say after the game.
We are at the locker of Saquon Barkley.
Saquon, just stunning the way this game went.
Yeah, you have a great week of preparation. You don't expect the game to go like this, but they're number one team in NFC for a reason. They're a talented team. They got the best of the 3 times they played us. You gotta give respect to them, to those guys, and wish them nothing but best of luck.
Was this more than tonight or more?
I really got to go back and watch the film before I can give an honest answer to that. But you don't really give yourself a great chance when you're down 3, down 4 scores. And that's all of us. We all could have done a better job today, and it starts with myself.
With the way the offense has been operating the last couple of weeks, what do you attribute today to?
Like I said, you got to give credit where credit's due. They came out, they had a great game plan. They executed their game plan better than we executed our game plan, and they made more plays than us. They're a really good team. They're a talented team, and that's what it is.
There's so much that's good about them, but given with their pass rush, is it just hard to get anything going just because of what they can do to mess up the passing game?
Not just the pass rush; it's all three levels. D-line, linebacker, DBs. They're talented all around. And then that's not even saying on the offense side and on special teams. They're a talented team. They're a really good team. And they execute their game plan better than we execute our game plan, and they made more plays than us.
Do you feel like there was a momentum swing after that fourth down conversion was failed early in the first quarter?
No. We've been an aggressive team all year. I like the call. We got to find a way to get the first down. And even when we didn't get the first down, we got to play complementary football. We didn't do that at all throughout the whole game, not just on that situation. And when you do that, majority of times not, you're going to lose football games.
With the way the team, you guys just kept building something throughout the year, and now it comes to an end. What's the overall emotion with that?
It sucks. It's a fun team. The guys here, coaches, the thing that we were able to build this year, the way we played for each other this year, it was special. Obviously, it ended how we wanted to end, but not just because of the record or because we made it to the playoffs, the division fight. This is probably one of my favorite teams of all time, and that's the sad thing about the NFL. No matter what, that the locker room is not going to be exactly the same next year. So, just happy to be able to go out there with all these guys and lay on the line and compete with them. And it's a special bunch. I'll tell you that. All those guys everywhere, offense, defense, special team, coaches, equipment, everybody. Special group of guys and girls. So sad that has come to an end, but go back, watch film, and get ready for all season, see where you can improve.
Saquon, how confident are you that you'll be back at this team next year?
I don't want to jump to any conclusions. I've been vocal about how I feel and where I want to be. Now that's outside my control. I want to show the Giants and show them that the guy that they drafted is still here. I hope I did that. Everyone knows I would love to be a Giant for life, but I really can't give 100% answers. It's out of my control, and sometime this week we'll get a conversation with my agent Kim and see what's up.
Do you think that if you are able to keep the core of this team together, and experience like this is something you can learn from and sort of use as fuel the next time you guys are in this situation?
Yeah, I do. I think we got a good group of guys. We were able to build throughout this whole year, and I feel like if majority of guys are able to come back next year, we have the experience. It'll be our second year within this offense, and I just feel like, as you can see throughout the year, we got better throughout the year. So with a whole nother offseason and a whole nother year on our belt, I feel like the sky could be the limit for us.
On that touchdown, do you have the option to keep it yourself and run or hand off? Like, how does that play work?
That's an option. I'm reading the enemy on line of scrimmage, but I got to be credited to Breida. He didn't even give me a choice to read it, to be honest. He just pulled it. He just took it. He grabbed it. He wanted to test it and see if he could use the speed, and he did it. So hats off to him, and he made a heck of a play.
Well, though it's not the ending that you want.
So that was Saquon Barkley speaking to his reporters following the Eagles' 38-7 victory over the Giants, reflecting on the season overall, and he was asked a question about his future. Saquon is a scheduled free agent. Daniel Jones, somebody also that is scheduled to hit the market. Dexter Lawrence, they picked up the fifth-year option, so he is under contract for one more year. Julian Love, we heard from earlier, he's going to be a free agent. A lot of key decisions for the Giants, and we're going to get into that as we move forward here on Pepsi Giants Extra Point, and how this game got out of hand in the first half. What went wrong, especially when the Giants are coming off one of their best offensive performances against the Minnesota Vikings last week. Why, once again, this was the latest example of the NFL is a matchup-based league, and there's a big difference between Minnesota and Philadelphia. We will also hear from the quarterback of the Giants, Daniel Jones. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit pseg.com/Giants today. Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your
Snout, caboose, gut, ticker
to the test. Put your
ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, bacon, egg, and cheese
to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at questhealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants.
Football season is here, and so is Stop & Shop. Stop & Shop has great deals for you and your family on the products and brands you love so that you can enjoy all your game day favorites with all your favorite people. Plus, with Stop & Shop pickup and delivery, you can make your pregame prep even easier by ordering online. Visit stopandshop.com for all your tailgating, home gating, and celebrating needs, and feed the moment with Stop & Shop, official supermarket of the New York Giants.
A properly installed and maintained electrical system is vital for everyone's safety. IBEW Local 164, in partnership with Nika Supply, is a drug-free workforce that has a long, rich history of involvement in the growth of northern New Jersey, with more than 2,700 electricians active on residential, telecommunications, commercial, and industrial projects. Much of what the people in Bergen, Essex, and Hudson counties enjoy on a daily basis would not be possible without the time, skill, and dedication of the Local 164 members. IBEW 164, the Electrician Union for Northern New Jersey. Visit IBEW164.org.
At Courtyard by Marriott, our passion is to help you follow yours. And this NFL season, we want to help you stay closer to the game all season long. Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel partner of the New York Giants, is giving fans a chance to attend the 2023 NFL Draft. Enter for a chance to win by sharing your unique travel and fandom stories. Learn more at courtyard.com/NFL. No purchase necessary. Submission period is 2/15/23 through 3/15/23. Open to legal residents of the 50 U.S. and D.C. and Canada, excluding Quebec. Age 21 or older. For rules, visit courtyardfancontest.com.
Giants fans, it's Eli Manning. Listen, Citizens is now the official bank of the New York Giants, and instead, we make 35,000 decisions a day. But you're still calling your own plays? What do you think Citizens is for? With their in-app insights, they can keep track of your spending habits for you, so your blind side's covered. Now let's get out there and bank like a team. Ready? Great. Learn more at citizensbank.com/you got this.
Member FDIC, wireless carrier text and or data charges may apply.
Hey, Giant fans, Peerless Boilers is here to assist you with your vital heat and hot water needs. Learn more and find local installers today at PeerlessBoilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best built boilers.
I'm Daniel Jones, and you're listening to the radio home of Giants football, The Fan, 1019 FM, 660 AM, and the Odyssey app, WFAN, WFAN FM, HD1, New York.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you as the Giants fall to the Eagles 38-7 in the divisional round at Lincoln Financial Field. They wrap up their season. The Eagles advance to the NFC Championship game. They await the winner of the Niners and Cowboys in the Bay Area on Sunday. Giants football brought to you by your local Ford stores. For great deals on the full lineup, visit buyfordnow.com. Ford, the official vehicle of the New York Giants. Let's run you through some notable statistics from this contest, because we went through the rushing numbers earlier, and the stats are brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar. New and improved. Zero never tasted so good. Clearly the numbers lopsided in favor of the Eagles, but from the Giants standpoint, Daniel Jones, 15 of 27, 135 yards, no touchdowns. He was picked off by his former teammate James Bradbury, sacked 5 times. Richie James is the leading receiver, 7 catches for 51 yards. Jalen Smith, the leading tackler, with 14, 8 solo. Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, Kayvon Thibodeau finished right behind Jalen Smith with 8 tackles apiece. Hassan Reddick, Darius Slay, Marcus Epps, and Reed Blankenship spread the wealth with 5 tackles apiece for the Eagles. Devontae Smith was their leading receiver with 6 catches for 61 yards and a touchdown. And Jalen Hurts, 16 of 24 for 154 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was sacked once by Xavier McKinney, lost the ball, but Hurts was able to recover it, as it was a wrestling match between McKinney and Hurts. But Hurts was not put in a position where he had to air it out, given the fact that the Eagles were playing with a comfortable lead, and when they had those 2 early touchdown passes, they then were able to lean on the rushing attack. Daniel Jones was a completely different story. He had to play from behind the entire game. Let's listen in to what he had to say following the contest.
Daniel, the defense all night just toughed up. Were they running and then going?
Yeah, they were good. It's a good team, good defense. Yeah, good front, good secondary. They played well. A lot of credit to them. They played well all year.
What kind of led to this one getting out of hand a little early?
We just didn't execute well enough early on. Didn't score points. Turnover was critical, and just kind of fell behind. They're a good team, and we got off to a slow start that really put us back.
Your team failed. Last week, your athleticism and mobility were huge difference makers against Minnesota. Is it Eagles' closing speed, or what was the difference in that containing that aspect of your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll certainly go back and look at the tape and see where there's opportunities to make some more plays and where I could have done a better job. I thought they did a good job with their rush, and I thought their speed and they made some good plays when I did try to get out and use my legs a little bit. But they're good. I'll go back and look at it and see where I can take better advantage of those chances.
What was Dave Ball's message to the team after the loss?
Obviously not the result we wanted today. Didn't play well enough today, and we're certainly disappointed by that. But we came a long way this year. We accomplished a lot as a team, and we got a special group of guys in that locker room, and it was a special thing to be a part of. So certainly not satisfied with where we are, but a lot of appreciation and respect for the guys in the locker room.
What's the future like for you? Obviously free agency, offseason. How much do you still want to remain the Giants?
I think we'll get into that down the road. I think at this point we're this is still very fresh, this season, this loss, and we'll take some time to regroup and think through that going forward.
What's the future look like after what you guys accomplished this year?
I think the future of the team's bright. I think there's got a lot of young core guys who've made a lot of plays, stepped up, and been huge all year. So I think there's certainly a bright future here.
From the outside looking in, it looked like you improved a lot this year. What do you think you improved as a quarterback this year?
I don't know what I proved. I think I improved every week. I thought I was consistent throughout the year, and certainly some things I like to have back. Especially tonight. I think there's some things I'll go back and look to clean up and improve and grow as a player going forward. But I thought overall, I did do that. I grew, I improved throughout the year, and I'll continue to try to do that.
Just to clarify, is your off-season goal to stay a Giant? Do you want to still be the quarterback of the Giants?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I've really enjoyed playing here. I appreciate all those guys in the locker room. It's a special group of guys, and I've really enjoyed being a part of it. So we'll figure out where that goes, but I have nothing but love and respect for this organization and the group of guys in the locker room.
So that was Daniel Jones speaking to the reporters following the Giants' 38-7 setback to the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. Make sure to download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. Use code GIANTS22 to score $5 off your next order. ASAP.com is the official mobile ordering partner of the New York Giants. And Daniel was asked about his future with the team. Saquon was asked similar questions, and those are going to be the two focal points, Jonathan, of this offseason. Giants, of course, do have the franchise tag. That's an option. They can place that on one player. You can't use that multiple times in the same offseason. And I think at this point, it would be rather surprising if Daniel Jones was not the starting quarterback for the team next season based on what he did, based on how he made strides in just about every statistical department, and really the rapport that he built with both Brian Daboll and Mike Kafka. And I think from a leverage standpoint, if you want to look at it through that lens, if Daniel Jones does want to test the market, I'm just going down a hypothetical road, I think he also has to ask himself, Jonathan, if you're Daniel Jones, think about how many coaches and coordinators you've been through already throughout your career. You go elsewhere, you're going to now start fresh all over. Is that worth it for the sake of his career, or is it better then to carry it on with obviously an offense that you've now thrived in year one?
I guess it depends on that number amount, you know, like at the end of the day, I feel like Daniel Jones proved himself this year that he could be a franchise quarterback for the New York Football Giants. With the lack of wide receiver talent that he had, with the carousel at the offensive line position, and at times, you know, outgunned and outmatched at times, you know, and then going against the Philadelphia Eagles, a way more talented group. Daniel Jones really didn't look terrible, you know, and, you know, this is a game where he probably could have looked terrible against this elite defense and these elite pass rushers. That figure amount has to be good for him. Everybody that plays football wants a sense of security. You know, and when you feel like you put in that work, which I know he felt like he did, them not re-signing signing the 5th-year extension for him, it was a prove-it year for Daniel Jones, and I think he proved it. I think he showed everyone what he was all about, and if the coaching staff and the GM, Joe Schoen, if they don't believe he can do that by the numbers that they present to him, I feel like he has to go elsewhere. Because at the end of the day, I feel like he's a great quarterback, and if those numbers don't look to what he feel like he deserves, then yes, go elsewhere. I don't want him to leave, Lance. I think he's a good quarterback. I played with Eli Manning. I played with Tom Brady. I played with Drew Brees. I played with Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I'm not going to put him in that category quite yet because the body of work just not even close, not even there. But he has the intangibles. He got drafted because of the tangibles, right? The big arm, really tall, you know, can stand up in the pocket, makes good decisions. He was a pro quarterback already at Duke University. I think that's what you saw. Now we see him, how he handles the media, how he handles the pressure. He's been bashed for 4 straight years, right? Then he goes in this year and basically has a career year where he drops the number of interceptions that he's had, the number of fumbles that he's had in the past, and I think he answered the questions that everybody had. I wasn't a believer in him, Lance, at the beginning of this year because of what he showed us. I'm a believer in him now because of what he put forth this year. No one gave the Giants any credit in the beginning of the year. They didn't think they were going to do anything. This is a huge surprise, and I think it's because of Daniel Jones. Yes, you got Daboll there. Yes, you got Mike Kafka. Yes, you got Wink Martindale. But it's the players that play the game, and Daniel Jones was the leader of men that got these not so talented group of players to the divisional round. You know, and that's no slight to them. I'm just telling you from on paper what you saw in the beginning of the year. Daniel Jones made this team better. Daniel Jones made Isaiah Hodgins better. Daniel Jones made Bellinger better. Daniel Jones made Richie James better. And I think he made Saquon better too. So I would love for him to be here. I would love for the Giants to re-sign him. But that number has to be right. He deserves the money that he deserves.
Well, and also if you look at it through the standpoint of if you're going to use the franchise tag on one player based on trend and track record in the NFL, the quarterback, it makes sense you solidify a deal with him, given he's going to eat up a lot of cap space so that you have your future laid out. You know how to build around his financials. And then, if anything, you use the franchise tag on Saquon Barkley. A, the number's going to be lower for the running back than the quarterback, so that's one reason. But B, also the durability aspect of things. And I think that was the other aspect that we were trying to see with Daniel Jones, right? He got through an entire regular season. And that had not happened prior. So I think the Giants wanted to see that. Saquon Barkley, he's dealt with his fair share of injuries. To Barkley's credit, he got through an entire season too. But we know, based on the league, the shelf life of a running back is not nearly as long as a quarterback. And I'm sure the Giants are going to weigh the pros and cons through that lens. And here's the other thing that I think is encouraging. And I'm not in no way comparing Daniel Jones and Josh Allen because, to your point, when you were throwing out Drew Brees, Brady, and Manning, sample size is still small, okay? We've seen one season of Daniel Jones with Brian Daboll. Let's see a little bit more. But if you do go back to Josh Allen's rookie year, what was the problem, Jonathan? He was running for his life. He didn't have an offensive line, turnovers, and those numbers improved over the years with Brian Daboll. And Is it a coincidence Dable comes to New York, his turnovers go back up? I don't know. You can read into that all you want, but I think that's encouraging.
But I was just about to say that, too. When you talk about Josh Allen, we're taking him right this year. He was a turnover machine
Absolutely,
this year.
especially in the red zone.
But what really bailed him out, that he had a real solid team around him.
Yep.
You know, he had tremendous wide receivers on the outside. His defense was solid, and that kind of helped him not look terrible, you know, and the Giants aren't built that way quite yet. The Giants have to work really hard in free agency to get wide receivers. You got to shore up that offensive line. You need a solid middle linebacker that can play 3 downs. You need defensive backs, depth on the defensive line. The Giants need a strong team around this quarterback. You can't just have a quarterback and you pay all this money to and possibly sign Saquon. What else do you have? You have to build a solid team around him like Josh Allen has up in Buffalo.
And that's another reason why this year's draft class is going to be so critical. Joe Schoen, another year, he and the scouting department to bring in other playmakers. You get a wide receiver in the draft. You don't have to spend money in free agency. I know Buffalo were using as a means of comparison. They made the splash trade for Stephon Diggs, and that's great, and that's been a huge reward for them. But we've seen the Jamar Chases of the world, the Justin Jeffersons come in year one and make a significant impact. It can be done through the draft, and you can't solve all of your issues, of course, through free agency because there's limitations, and Joe Schoen knows that because he inherited a salary cap situation, which was not easy for him in year one. Do you really think he wants to put himself back in the same situation? Something tells me that's not the case. Well, we will continue to get into off-season targets for the Giants as we move forward, and also revisit this game that ended relatively early for the Giants because they were in a 28-0 hole at the half. So stick with us. If you're listening to us on The Fan in New York, we're going to be right back with more post-game coverage. But it's time to say goodbye to the affiliates on our radio network, and we certainly appreciate all of our listeners from start to finish the entire season. Thanks so much for sticking with us and staying locked into our coverage. We look forward to bringing you even more later on here in 2023. Final score once again, Eagles moving on to the NFC Championship game with a 38-7 victory over the Giants. You've been listening to Giants Football on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSENG. Pepsi Giants Extra Point continues. We'll be back to take your calls at 877-337-6666 right after this on the Fan Sports Radio 66 and 101.9 FM, WFAN and WFAN FM New York. Stay with us.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSENG.
When it comes to playing the game, every Giant has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., copyright 2021, all rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When the team is on the road, the Giants Bar Network, presented by Modelo, has you covered. Visit NewYorkGiants.com/Bar Network to discover recommended venues near you where you can enjoy Modelo specials all season long and join fellow Giants fans to cheer on the team. Modelo is an official cerveza of fans with the fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. You must be 21 or older.
Listen here, blockages, bad valves, and all matters of the heart. At Hackensack Meridian Health, we're ready for every artery and vein. Our cardiac physicians work with an ever-beating passion, and they can expertly treat all stages of heart failure with advanced therapies like LVAD and minimally invasive valve procedures. So that today and every day, we're ready. Find a doctor at hackensackmeridianhealth.org/ready.
Hey, Giant fans, your G-Men delivered on the field this year for a great 2022 season, and ASAP wants to deliver to you. ASAP is the newest Deliver Anything app right here in the tri-state area. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. Use code GIANTS22 to score $5 off your next order with ASAP. That's promo code GIANTS22 to get $5 off your order. Kick off the postseason and New Year by getting what you crave most delivered to your door. ASAP.com is the official mobile ordering partner of the New York Giants.
I'm Daniel Jones, and you're listening to the radio home of Giants football, The Fan, 1019 FM, 660 AM, and the Odyssey app, WFAN, WFAN FM, HD1, New York.
Jones calls signals, takes the snap, back to throw. Has time, pumps, guy gets hit, and he throws it away, incomplete. The ball's loose on the ground, but it's an incomplete pass. Pocket just collapsed on Jones, and the Giants turn it over on downs with 5:39 to go here in quarter number one.
And that was the Giants' turning point to the game. Listen to Boomer and Gio on our flagship station, WFAN, Monday morning in the 9 a.m. hour for the Giants' turning point contest. The first correct caller to name the game's turning point will win an autographed item by a Giants player. And yes, it was a very early turning point in this game as we welcome you back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you, recapping the Eagles' 38-7 victory over the Giants because the Giants trailed 7-0. Philadelphia marched down the field on the very first possession of the game, 8 plays, 75 yards. Jalen Hurts hitting Dallas Goedert from 16 yards out. And the Giants then got to the Philadelphia 35. It was a 3rd and 3. Daniel Jones was stepping up in the pocket, and he got tripped by Evan Neal's foot, but the pocket was collapsing because Hassan Reddick put his stamp all over the field. And you set up a 4th and 8 from the Philadelphia 40. And when we heard from Brian Dable earlier in the program, he mentioned the 35-yard line was the line that they were targeting for field goal opportunities. Well, that's no longer within reach here on 4th down because you lost 5 yards. So 4th and 8 for the Philly 40. You keep your offense on the field. You're down 7-0. You don't get this. You're handing the Eagles really good field position, and it ultimately was ruled as a sack. Hassan Reddick sacked Daniel Jones. He lost 8 yards, and Jonathan, they wound up giving the ball back. It's bad enough you turned it over on downs, okay? I get that. But you gave the Eagles the football at their own 48-yard line. I mean, let's face it, you're giving the ball to them at midfield already in an 0-7 hole, and you're telling one of the most explosive offenses in football that they only have to utilize half the field to punch it in. And no surprise, the Eagles capitalized, and blink of an eye, it's a 14-0 game.
Yeah, I didn't like that call. I didn't like it when they went for it regardless of the situation, regardless of the outcome of that play. I just don't like it. Yes, Dayball's been aggressive from the first game of the season when they went for 2 against the Titans. And they've done it throughout the year where they were aggressive, and it's helped them. But you can't play that way all the time in certain situations. You can do it, but then it's going to cost you.
And it did.
Yeah, play with the fire, get burnt by the fire. I don't know exactly what to say it is, Lance, but it's something like that.
In the ballpark, we'll take it.
Something like that.
It's
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I spoke to the jury. They accepted it, yes.
And my thing is the Eagles was in a similar situation to that later in the game, and they did exactly what I thought the Giants should do. They got in some funky situation, funky formation, and they did a hard count to cause the Giants to go offside, which they didn't, but they tried to get the Giants to go offside, took the penalty, moved them back, and then punted the ball and got the ball inside the 10-yard line. That's exactly what I thought the Giants should do. Could they do it? Is the punter good enough to do that? I haven't seen too much evidence of that throughout the year, so maybe that's the reason why they didn't do it, Lance. I'm not sure. But I think that was the play to do because now you're down 7-0. You give the ball back to plus in the Eagles in plus territory, and, of course, they scored that drive to make it 14-0. But before that, why don't you just make it for them to have to drive the ball 90-something yards down the field and literally make them beat you? Not give them points, but make them beat you. Make them beat your defense, who are not on their heels quite yet. They still have some heart and momentum in their spirit. They still are in the game, and then once you go down 14-0, that takes a little bit from you. Not every man, but it only takes one person to start downing it. And I think that happened really early in this game, and that's why you saw this avalanche from the Philadelphia Eagles happen.
You look at the Eagles' 5 touchdowns. They had 2 for at least 72 yards. Their other 3 touchdowns, 52 yards, 63 yards, and 36 yards. So, that to me tells a huge portion of this story in comparison to the Vikings game. And once again, not the same thing because Minnesota's a different team, but you go back to the wild card game for both the Giants and the Vikings, Jonathan, every single touchdown drive last week, you had to go 75 yards. So Minnesota earned every single one of their points. The Giants earned every single one of their points. Tonight, completely different story because, once again, the Giants didn't play clean football. And this team based on their shortcomings, as we've seen, that are well documented over the course of the regular season, if you give gifts to the opposition, especially an explosive team like Philadelphia, you're putting your defense, number one, in a precarious spot, and you're also playing right into their hands, because when the Eagles get a big lead, what do they want to do, Jonathan? They want to pound the football on the ground, and that was their recipe for getting into cruise control tonight. And I think the Giants, by being ultra-aggressive early on, put the Eagles in a very favorable position from that standpoint.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, it was kind of over early. You know, I didn't want to call it at halftime, but we all knew that it was basically over. The situation being 28-0 by the Giants, like, you really couldn't been in a worse situation against this team. You know, and the Eagles, they're sitting there looking like, oh, we got this game. You know, they got their ears pinned back, ready to go. Everybody's ready to get sacks on Daniel Jones, and it's because they dug themselves in a deep hole. Are the Giants better than what they showed today? I think they are. I think if they can play mistake-free football, they can give this team a little bit better run for their money. But since they weren't perfect, you saw what happens when you're not perfect against a tremendously talented team like the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, it's interesting because this game resembled, to me, the Week 14 regular season matchup. The first one, just like last week's game, resembled the Giants' performance against the Vikings in Week 16. So it's quite interesting how it was a bit of mirror images and carryover, but the Eagles, once again, a very powerful team, and as Brian Daboll indicated, they outplayed the Giants in every single facet of this contest. Giants TV, presented by Bob's Discount Furniture, is the official connected TV app of the New York Giants, available for free now on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and inside the Giants mobile app. Stream game highlights, interviews, TV shows, and more exclusive video content with Giants TV. We will step aside. When we come back, we'll look ahead to some tough decisions for the Giants this offseason, specifically on the defensive side of the ball, as they look to shore up some issues that arose in the later stages of the season. The Eagles top the Giants 38-7. Giants season comes to a halt in Philly. We'll be back right after this.
Listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
PSE&G is delivering award-winning customer satisfaction to its 2.3 million customers. J.D. Power has named PSE&G number one in customer satisfaction with both residential electric and natural gas service in the East among large utilities. On behalf of all of our employees who work hard every day, we thank you, our customers, for rating us as a top utilities provider. At PSE&G, we aim to win every day. For J.D. Power 2022 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
You trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
This is Andrew Thomas, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you as we are recapping the Giants 38-7 to the Eagles, the loss at Lincoln Financial Field. Before we move on to more angles from this contest, there was a game earlier today on the AFC side of the playoff picture. The Chiefs, they are heading to their fifth straight AFC Championship game after holding off the Jaguars 27-20. Patrick Mahomes missed most of the second quarter with an ankle injury, but he returned to the second half to combine with Chad Henne for 3 touchdown passes. 2 went to Travis Kelce, who finished with a career-high 14 catches for 98 yards. Jacksonville turned the ball over on 2 of its final 3 possessions. They had a fumble in the red zone and an interception when they reached midfield. So if the Bengals win, the AFC Championship game will be at Arrowhead Stadium. The Chiefs will host. If the Bills win, they get to play at a neutral site in Atlanta, as that was the NFL in action. It was brought to you by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. As far as the Giants are concerned, I think one of the most prominent storylines of the season is Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll's ability to find players through the waiver process who may have been street free agents and filled voids left behind by some notable injuries. And the best story of all is what Isaiah Hodgins brought to the table. Unfortunately, it was a relatively quiet night for him. He only had one catch for 3 yards. He had an opportunity to convert on a third down, and James Bradbury was able to make a hit. Hodgins bobbled it. He did recover the ball, but he was short of the marker. Let's listen into what Isaiah Hodgins had to say following the Giants' loss.
We're at the locker of Isaiah Hodgins. Up here.
Yeah. I mean, it was a long journey, man, full of ups and downs, but, like I, repeated over and over, I'm just thankful for, this team bringing me in, from the captains to practice squad players to the coaches to the training staff, and just, kind of accepting me from day one and bringing me up to speed and just bringing me in like their own. I feel like this is my family. I feel part of the team, man, and I feel like, it goes beyond football with these guys. So, I love these guys.
Do you think something special is being built here?
Yeah, I definitely do, man. You can just tell the culture's changing. You can tell people want to win. You can tell, the work is there, the preparation's there. We just didn't execute today, but, I think, that we're going to remember this day, going forward and, use it as motivation for next year.
Isaiah, what was it about the Eagles defense or their game plan against you guys that just challenged you all night?
Yeah, they watched film. They did a good job of, taking away stuff that we did in the previous game and, just certain schemes and zones that, kind of made it hard on, some of the route concepts that we were running. So, that's credit to them and their coaches. So.
What made it difficult to just not get back in a rhythm or be able to bounce back after a couple series?
I think just failing to execute. When you're on the road and you're playing a good team like that and a good defense, you got to execute on third down and fourth down. And whenever we get these opportunities, and we fail to do that, which gives them momentum, and they're at home and the crowd gets into it. And we didn't do a good enough job as an offense taking the crowd out. So that's on us as offense.
So that was Isaiah Hodgins talking about tonight's performance as well as his season overall. And earlier, Jonathan, we were talking about some of the big decisions that the front office is going to have to make with the Daniel Jones, the Saquon Barkleys of the world, Julian Love. But what also shouldn't be overlooked, and I think this is extremely encouraging, as you can't, once again, use free agency money to repair all of the holes on your roster. You have to be able to claim players off waivers, or you have to be able to find undrafted free agents. And Joe Schoen brought up an interesting point, if you recall, during the bye when he was speaking with the media. He said that the Giants had led the NFL in having the most players that weren't with the team. I believe it was they weren't on the September roster, and they were making an impact. And I'll take it a step further. Let's just define it as saying they weren't here for training camp. So Hodgins applies. You could bring up Jalen Smith, Jarrett Davis. He's only been here for a few weeks. Fabian Moreau is another one, Jonathan. Those players, they put their stamps on this team. And I'm not saying that everybody's going to have a role moving forward on next year's roster, but if they didn't find some of these guys this season, who knows how things play out, considering some of the injuries, specifically on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, when I look at a head coach and a GM, when you think about the combination of how they get their players and through free agency, through the draft, but also how did they develop players? And then I saw a lot of development from players that were relatively no-name guys, like Isaiah Hodgins, like Cager, like Marcus Johnson. And I can go down the roster. Gerard Davis playing in the last few games of the season and in the playoffs. This coaching staff, along with Joe Schoen, they're not only bringing in players that ended up being vital to this year and to the success of this team, but they're developing them. Bringing in Landon Collins off the street, a once all-pro player. That's another one. Yeah. Having him contributing at a very high level for this team. And then also bringing in Jalen Smith, who led the team in tackles today. Second on the team in tackles for the year. They don't only bring in players, but they're developing players. You don't really see that a lot at this level. That's usually at a college level, when they're bringing in young guys and they're molding them, making them better men. I think this staff is doing that to this team. I think that's what we saw this year. That's why this team did improve. I think they were an overachieving group early in the year, but they were a gritty group that kind of took the character of their head coach in Brian Daboll. And they fought through early, maybe some teams that maybe were better than them at the time, and they end up finding ways to win some of these games. Then they had a lull in the middle of the season. Injuries happened. Attrition happened to them. They were on the losing side of some of these contests because of those reasons. And then you go to the end of the season where they basically had their season and their postseason hopes in their hands, and they capitalized on it and won the games that they were supposed to win. And then they were able to rest guys against a very talented Philadelphia Eagles team in Week 18. Then they get into the playoffs and play a team that won 11 games by one score. They went 11-0 in the Minnesota Vikings. And they beat them on the road with Isaiah Hodgins leading the bunch in the receiving group. I think the future is very bright for this team. I think with Daboll and Shane, holding the reins for this team moving forward, I think the Giants are in really good hands, and I'm looking forward to the future and what it holds.
And they're going to get some players back who were lost due to injury, including Wan'Dale Robinson, who is a member of their rookie class. So he'll be a piece that they can move forward with. A slippery, elusive guy. Unfortunately, we just didn't get a taste of what he could do over the course of a larger sample size. So that's also something else looking forward to next season. Well, what about the defensive side of the ball overall? Wink Martindale, very aggressive with his scheme. They were able to gain over 40 sacks this year and did a heck of a job slowing down Justin Jefferson last week, but not necessarily the case in the divisional round against the Eagles, and the rush defense reared its ugly head at the worst possible time. How do they go about improving that facet of things? And an opportunity for you to weigh in at 877-337-6666 as the Giants season wraps up, falling to the Eagles for the third time this season in the divisional round, 38-7. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network, brought to you by PSE&G.
Are you ready for a brand new sleigh? Not that one. This one. The Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event is here, bringing the best offers of the year. Get a capable SUV like the Ford Explorer, Edge, or Bronco Sport, or the legendary F-150 truck. Inventory is in stock and more is arriving daily. So head to your local Ford stores today and let Ford help you slay that ride. For current offers, visit buyfordnow.com.
Quest has more than 50 lab tests you can buy online to check your health. No doctor visit needed. So you can put your
Snobs, caboose, guts, ticker
to the test. Put your
ragweed, fur baby, seafood tower, bacon, egg, and cheese
to the test. Whether it's allergies, sexual health, or general wellness, you can put it to the test with Quest. Buy your own lab tests at questhealth.com. Proud partner in health of the New York Giants.
Okay, so you didn't get tickets to this year's Super Bowl. But what if you had tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row? Verizon's got you. Verizon's giving away 20 pairs of tickets to 3 Super Bowls in a row. To enter for your chance to win, go to your local Verizon store now. And while you're there, check out Verizon's deals on the latest phones. Hurry, sweepstakes ends February 15th. Verizon, the network America relies on. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes starts 1/5/2023 and ends 2/15/2023. Must be a legal U.S. resident, 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Sponsor, Verizon Corporate Services Group, Inc. For official rules and to enter online, visit VZ3YearsSB.com.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
This is Daniel Bellinger, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue the Fan, WFAN and WFAN-FM, New York.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you as we're recapping the Eagles' 38-7 victory over the Giants at Lincoln Financial Field as Philadelphia wins 3 games over the Giants in a single season. The common element that is always brought up with respect to division rivals meeting again in the postseason, it's hard to beat a team 3 times. Well, I think the Niners and Eagles would beg to argue, considering San Francisco beat Seattle last weekend in the playoffs and the Eagles taking care of business against the Giants. This was actually the 25th installment in which that's happened since the 1970 merger. And now you have a 16-9 mark for the team that swept the regular season series. And if you want to break it down even further, when the team that swept is the home team, that now has happened 20 times, and they've won 14 of those 20. So the percentages, I would say, actually show it's not as difficult as people make it out to be. Now, we could say all we want about, well, the Giants didn't play their starters in the Week 18 game, and you can only take away so much from that standpoint. That's fine, but the bottom line is I'm just talking in a generic sense in NFL history. It's made out to be as if it's very hard to beat a team 3 times in the course of a season, and I don't think that the archives have fully supported that cause. For every first down recorded by the Giants offense this season, Stop and Shop will donate $100 to regional food banks in the New York metro area. Giants first down total for today's game, 13. That makes 393 total first downs this season, raising a total of $39,300. Stop and Shop is the official supermarket of the New York Giants. Let's run you through the injury report. It's brought to you by Hackensack Meridian Health. Keep getting better. Cordell Flott was ruled out of this game with a hamstring issue. Other than that, it looks like the Giants made it out okay. Granted, there is no game next week, so there's no short-term concern, but you never want to see a guy get banged up as he's ready to make it into the offseason. And speaking of the offseason, another scheduled free agent is Darius Slayton. We heard from Isaiah Hodgins earlier. Let's listen to what Darius had to say about his future with the team.
We're at the locker of Darius Slayton.
Like if you could answer that, and it looked like you were on your way to answering that.
Yeah.
This could have been a different game if that happens.
I'm sure it helps, but you never know. One play here, one play there. The game never comes down to just one play. But obviously, if the opposing team comes out and scores, you want to try as an offense to go back down and answer, but we weren't able to do that today.
What do you take out of this season?
That this is a really good football team that probably not a lot of people expected to be as good as we were. We fought hard. Obviously, we didn't reach our ultimate goal, so, in some respects, it's a failure because your goal is to, make Super Bowl, win Super Bowl, but, I just appreciate the guys on this team.
One of the big questions about this team coming into the year, and there were a lot of different questions, but were about Saquon and Daniels. In your mind, did both of them show, hey, the New York Giants need those 2 guys here. They're going to be successful in the future.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a GM on any NFL team, I'd want those 2 guys on my team.
And how about your own situation? You had a very strange year in that regard. How do you look at your own situation?
I feel like I took advantage of opportunities when I had them. Obviously, as a receiver, you kind of live a life where it's like sometimes you get a million chances, sometimes you get one. But I think I played pretty well this year, and we'll see where that gets me.
That's Darius Slayton. And it was a very unusual season for him. Think about this. He was a healthy scratch in Week 1 against Tennessee, only to then emerge and lead the team in receiving yards this year with 724, and also finish right behind Richie James and Saquon Barkley on the team in receptions. But he is going to be another guy that is going to have an opportunity to hit the market. And remember, Darius took a pay cut to stay with the team this year. So they have decisions that they have to make virtually at every single position of note. And this team is going to look different because it's natural to think that way. Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll just arrived on the scene prior to last year. They only had so much flexibility from a financial standpoint. When a new GM and a new head coach arrive, they ultimately want to put their own stamp on the roster. So there's going to be turnover. That's the nature of the beast. The question is, how much turnover and how successful will they be in trying to keep this core together? There's still a lot of youth on this roster, number of players on rookie contracts, so you don't have to make decisions on those players, but you have to certainly pinpoint who you think is going to be the centerpieces of respectable positional groups. And that brings me to the rushing defense, because that had been a troubling area all throughout this season. It didn't just come to the forefront today against the Eagles. Over the course of the season, the Giants ranked 27th in the NFL in rushing defense. They gave up 144 rushing yards per game. Miles Sanders had $144 and 2 touchdowns in the Week 14 game, and we read you through the rushing numbers earlier, but it's worth highlighting that Kenneth Gainwell surpassed the century mark. So that was the 7th different running back that accomplished that feat against the Giants this season. And as a team, 268 yards. And I don't think it's a coincidence, Jonathan, as I peruse through the Giants' schedule, because competition, it's important you take that into consideration when we're talking about how you fared against the top-level competition, right? Especially in the NFC. You look at the teams that they struggled to stop the run against, Dallas, Philadelphia. The Lions, remember, had a very big run game, and they were a borderline playoff team. Unfortunately, Seattle didn't lose, but they wound up beating the Packers. And those are the teams that are going to be stumbling blocks in your path moving forward, especially within the division. So it's most important to clean up your run defense because look at your rivals, right? And I'll even throw the Commanders in because the Commanders had some success on the ground. It maybe didn't necessarily translate to wins, but we saw Washington lean on that facet. If you want to do damage in this division, you have to be able to stop the run, and they had issues specifically against their division rivals this year.
Yeah, and I think I spoke about this in weeks prior in terms of when you walk into a defensive meeting room, you talk about out-physicaling somebody. The number one priority is always stop the run. And week in and week out, I said, yeah, the Giants might have won this game, but they didn't do well against the run. That was a common theme for the Giants this year. Of course, against the three losses against the Eagles. Like I said, they gave up 656 rushing yards to the team in 1 year.
Remarkable.
Yes, they played them 3 times, but that's over 200 yards a game. That's easy math right there, Lance. That's not hard to do. You cannot do that. You can't expect success giving up that much rushing yards to one team. It's just not going to happen. So the Giants' number one priority, I feel like, on a defense is improve the run game. And where does that happen? I think that happens first. You start in the interior, right? I think you got a cog in the middle, an anchor in the middle in Dexter Lawrence. Depending on Leo, if he's willing to take a pay cut, because I know the Giants are not going to pay him that $32 million next year. No one deserves that much besides Daniel Jones. I don't think no one on this roster deserves that much money for 1 year besides the guy that wears number 8. You have to solid that middle. You have to find a middle linebacker that can be good on first and second down and also play in the pass game. And then also you got to find depth along the defensive line.
Sure.
So there's a lot of ways that you can figure that out because I think Wink's Martindale defense is a really good defense. And I think he calls plays and puts guys defensively in opportunistic places and chances for them to make plays. And I just feel like they fell short this year, week in and week out. And like you said, the other 3 teams in this division, they're all physical teams, and they all want to establish the run. Even the Commanders, they might not have been good at the end of the year, but even though they were down against the Giants, they ran the ball for 4 quarters in every game that they played.
And they knocked off the Eagles on Monday Night Football. They handed them their first loss of the season. How did they do it? They pounded the heck out of the football. So, once again, it goes across the board with respect to the division. I think you brought up an excellent point about depth because it's no coincidence when they took Dexter Lawrence off the field a little bit in this playoff game, you know who the Eagles attacked? His replacement, Justin Ellis. And that's more of a reason why you need somebody to spell him because just like we saw when you had Steve Spagnuolo as the defensive coordinator in his second stint, you can't play JPP and all your former teammates 90% of the snaps the entire game, Jonathan. It doesn't work. And I don't need to convince you because you lived it and experienced it. So that's more of a reason why they need some depth along the defensive line. And remember, the loss of Dalvin Tomlinson 2 years ago was a huge setback for the Giants. No surprise that they struggled in stopping the run immediately after missing him as he went to the Minnesota Vikings. Well, we will step aside. When we come back, we'll tell you the play of the game. We'll also, once again, recap a major setback for the Giants as they fall to the Eagles 38-7 in what was a lopsided affair in favor of Philly from start to finish. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to Pepsi Giants Extra Point on the WFAN Giants Radio Network. Brought to you by PSE&G.
Hey, Giant fans, your G-Men delivered on the field this year for a great 2022 season, and ASAP wants to deliver to you. ASAP is the newest Deliver Anything app right here in the tri-state area. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. Use code GIANTS22 to score $5 off your next order with ASAP. That's promo code GIANTS22 to get $5 off your order. Kick off the postseason and New Year by getting what you crave most delivered to your door. ASAP.com is the official mobile ordering partner of the New York Giants.
Whether you're watching the Giants from your favorite spot on the couch or just going about your day, one thing's for sure. Energy efficiency is for game time and anytime. PSE&G brings you expert advice, professional home energy assessments, and instant discounts and rebates on Energy Star certified lighting and appliances. And when you're ready to use less energy and enjoy lower costs, we're on your team. Visit pseg.com/Giants today.
This is Xavier McKinney, and you're listening to the radio home of Big Blue, The Fan, WFAN, and WFAN-FM, New York.
Welcome back to Pepsi Giants Extra Point. Lance Meadow, Jonathan Casillas with you as the Giants season comes to an end in Philadelphia. They fall to the Eagles 38-7 in the divisional round. Today's play of the game is brought to you by your local Ford stores. Visit buyfordnow.com, Ford, the official vehicle of the New York Giants. And we actually played the highlight earlier in our postgame show, but it is worth just mentioning again because Saquon Barkley was our player of the game. Well, he was also responsible for the play of the game, is his 39-yard run that highlighted the lone scoring drive of the game where Matt Breida was able to punch it in from 8 yards out. His 39-yard run where he almost took it to the house. If it wasn't for Marcus Epps tripping him up, we could have had another huge splash play by Saquon Barkley for a touchdown, but that will go down as the play of the game. Unfortunately, the Giants would have liked a few more of those, especially early in the game. They dug themselves in a 28-0 hole at the break, and when you put yourself in that position against this Philadelphia Eagles team, you are asking for trouble, especially a team that led the NFL in sacks, has a tremendous amount of weaponry on the defensive front, has opportunistic members of the secondary, including your former player James Bradbury, who coincidentally also had an interception in this game, and has an offense that can just run the football so effectively. And that's why we were talking about the run defense needing to be shored up, and then clearly on offense targeting more weaponry, specifically at the wide receiver position. And I think they will have a chance to address that in the draft. And based on the track record of young players, there's going to be people that I'm sure are calling for the Giants to go out and grab a free agent. I have not necessarily looked at the pending free agents. We were dealing with playoff football for once, Jonathan, so excuse me for not necessarily thinking that far ahead. It was actually a bit refreshing this season. I didn't need to put together my free agency list, but I still stand by. I think the draft is the most practical plan, especially for a wide receiver.
Yeah, and look, these wide receivers are coming into the NFL ready to go, as you see from Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Wilson over at the Jets. These guys are coming in ready. I don't know if there's another position, maybe corner with with Sauce Gardner, some other guys. It ain't too many positions that come in the NFL ready to compete against guys that's been playing 8, 9, 10 years. Guys that got families and businesses and mortgages, several mortgages that they're paying for, and their livelihood depends on playing in the NFL. But at that wide receiver position, I think there's a lot of guys out there that the Giants could possibly focus on and that can do some damage, you know. I think the guy over in Ohio State, he's a good wide receiver. Look, the Giants need a lot of help. You know, I think when you look at this roster from top to bottom, I think the first place you do look, especially offensively, I think you got to look at wide receiver. I think when you look at what the Giants lacked this year, they lacked big plays. They lacked big plays from the passing game. I think Daniel Jones was an efficient quarterback, and it's very hard to be efficient without that deep threat, right? Without the guy that really takes the top off the coverage, without the guy that scares you. I think that's the place that the Giants have to focus on first. Do they do it through the draft? I think they can. Can they find one in free agency? I don't know about that. I don't know who's available this year. Who is available this year, Lance, in free agency? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. We can certainly peruse and see if there is a list of strong candidates. But keep this in mind. You're going to need to, once again, take care of Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley. Maybe you work out a long-term deal with Dexter Lawrence. He's under contract, but that doesn't mean that you then want to wait for him to have another Pro Bowl year and the price for him goes up. So that may be a priority for Joe Schoen, right? There's nothing wrong with pending free agents. Julian Love. The bottom line is, Jonathan, we're listing 5, 6 guys. All of those players cost money. You then don't have a lot of leeway and flexibility to go out and spend money on players that weren't even in-house individuals. So you have to weigh the pros and cons from that standpoint.
Well,
that's the other thing.
What do you do in the draft then, Lance? What do you do for that first pick of the NFL draft, which will be in the 20s, right?
Yeah, because they're not going to be clearly as high as they've been in previous seasons. I think he could go in a variety of different directions. There's nothing wrong with taking a wide receiver in the first round. We've seen that, especially if it's somebody that is a standout that could be a difference maker. But cornerback is perhaps another position too. And linebacker, which you brought up, remember, the Giants haven't drafted a linebacker in the first round since our colleague Carl Banks in 1984. So that doesn't put things in perspective, then I don't know what does.
I didn't know that. Well, I was an undrafted free agent, okay, and I played 9 years, all right?
There you go.
So, look, the draft, there's always, diamonds in the rough. There's always guys that are All-Americans who end up playing 10 to 12 years in the NFL. But then there's also guys that go undrafted that you can find, and all of a sudden these guys become intricate parts of your defense. And then later draft picks like a Julian Love, who's a cog in this defense for the Giants for the last several years, and it's going to give you plays on defense and special teams. So, I'm excited about this offseason because I feel like the Giants don't have that much further to go because they already got to the playoffs with a short-handed roster, so they definitely need some pieces. But look, they're already a winning team with a winning quarterback.
DJ Shark of the Lions, Juju Smith-Schuster of Kansas City, Jarvis Landry of the Saints. Just three guys that at least are noticeable on the list. But this is not, just based on the naked eye, a very attractive free agent wide receiver group on the surface. Just some food for thought as we call it a season here.
Yeah, I like Juju. I don't love him. I think all of these guys are solid twos. But the Giants needed a solid number one.
And it's not worth spending money for the sake of spending money.
Yeah,
you're going to want to invest in somebody who you truly believe could be a number one. That's why, once again, I stand by the draft, I think, being the best route. Giants football presented by Verizon, the network America relies on, and the official 5G network of the NFL. We want to thank numerous people that have helped with the operation this season. Board operations and studio producer Pete Hoffman. On the other side of the glass, Paul Rosenberg and Connor Green. Studio technical operations and engineer Robert Carl. Pre-game engineer Steve Apria. Pre-game producer Brian Monzo and Lisa Latino. Spotter Jim Stamos and Will Papa. Stats Justin Berger and Nick Papa. Executive producer Don Sperling. Sideline producer Griffin Ward and Chris McMonagle. Game engineer Chris Majkowski and Matt Shortis. And our producer John Schmelk. Apparently, we saved the best for last. At least he would argue that. Jonathan, I want to congratulate you. You survived your very first season as part of our radio team. Congratulations to you from that standpoint.
Much appreciated. I had a great captain leading me the whole time.
Well, listen, I can only pat myself on the back so much, but we do appreciate having you aboard, and it was a blast, and I look forward to having conversations with you both on and off the airwaves here.
Same here, brother.
With that being said, Pepsi Giants Extra Point was brought to you by Citizens, the official bank of the New York Giants. Citizens is made ready for Giants fans. Energy efficiency for game time at any time, brought to you by PSENG. Visit riverspringlivinggoblue.org to learn how River Spring Living can help you live your best life. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. American-made Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. Hackensack Meridian Health, keep getting better, and brought to you by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Giants. The final score, once again, the Giants season ends in disappointment, despite the fact that they had a very successful campaign, going 9-7-1 and winning in the wild card round. They fall to the Eagles 38-7 at Lincoln Financial Field. For all the latest team news, stay locked to Giants.com and the team's mobile app, where you can also listen to the Giants weekday talk show, Big Blue Kickoff Live, which continues every weekday throughout the offseason. Yes, there is no such thing as an NFL offseason for us here in New York Giants land, and you could subscribe to the show on your favorite podcast platform. We're going to be on Monday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern, continuing the conversation with respect to this playoff game. For Jonathan Casillas and our entire crew, thousands, both on one side of the glass and several other sides, I'm Lance Meadows saying so long from our New York City studios. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking and interacting with all of you throughout the season. We will speak to you next season. Have a good one.